Too soon.
Well, that was loud. Okay.
Too soon. Thanks very much.
Okay, I am just, okay. Going to call the special governing board meeting executive session to order on Thursday, March 12th, 2026 at 4:05 p.m. We are going to move on to 2 opening exercises, 2.1 moment of silence, pledge of allegiance, and preamble of the Declaration of Independence. Mr. Toby, would you like to lead us?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Moving on to 3, convene executive session. 3.1, convene executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03, A1, to consider or discuss the employment and dismissal of Peoria Unified employee Alonzo Alcarn. Am I saying that right? Okay. Including an adoption of statement of charges under ARS 15-539. Timely written notice under open meeting law has been provided to the employee not less than 24 hours prior, pursuant to ARS 38-431.03, A1, to consider the qualifications and employment of candidates for the position of associate to the superintendent, including possibly interviewing candidates for this position, and pursuant to ARS 38-431.03, A3, discussion or consultation with the attorney for the board to receive legal advice about the process for filing the positions of associate to the superintendent and interim superintendent. So with that, I just need a motion to convene executive session.
I motion to convene executive session. I'll second.
So a motion made by Clerk Proudfit, seconded by Mrs. Bowles. And Azure, if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Proudfit. Yes. Ms. Bowles. Yes. President Rooks.
Yes.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing. Yes. Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. We will now convene executive session. All right, good evening, everybody. When we are coming back from our executive session, so moving to 4.1 adjournment, I just need a motion to adjourn the executive session.
A motion to adjourn the executive session.
And I'll second.
So Azure, we have a motion made by Mr. Tobity and seconded by Mrs. Bowles. So if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mr. Toby,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Executive session is adjourned. We will now move on and give us a few minutes to open up our computers. All right, good evening, everybody. I'm going to call the Peoria Unified Governing Board meeting to order at 6:55 p.m. on March 12th, 2026. All board members are present. So moving on to 2 opening exercises, 2.1 moment of silence, Pledge of Allegiance, and preamble of the Declaration of Independence. I would like to actually ask, I don't believe he's here. I wanted to ask our superintendent, Dr. Casey Summers, if he would like to lead us in the moment of silence, Pledge of Allegiance, and preamble of Declaration of Independence.
President Ricks, thank you. And if we could, as we stand, would like to keep Mrs. Rodriguez and her family in our thoughts as her mom passed away earlier today. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Moving on to 3, address the agenda. 3.1, consider approval of or recommend changes to the agenda. Board members, do you have any changes recommended to the agenda?
President Rooks, if we could, I don't know if this is the right, with regards to our action items, if we could move 7.11 to the top of action items to 7.1, shift them down.
Okay. All right, so I will motion
Oh, sorry, I would
Oh,
like
yes.
I would like to pull the HR report, please.
HR report. Okay. We'll go ahead and note that, but I know when we get to consent agenda, you can also pull it from there too, but we'll just go ahead and put that in there. Okay. Okay, so I will then make the motion to approve the agenda except for moving 7.11 up to 7.1 and pulling the HR report from the consent agenda.
And I will second.
Azure, I just want to make sure that you are good with that before I state who stated it. So the motion was made by myself and made by Mrs. Bowles. And then whenever you're ready to run us through a voice vote, please.
Just to clarify, I have moved to approve the agenda with moving 7.11 up to 7.1 and pulling the HR report in the consent agenda. And just as a note, our software does not allow me to move those items physically, but we can visit 7.11 first.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. So moving now on to 4, opening call to the public. 4.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. So we do have a couple for 4.1, so you will have 3 minutes. Our first public comment comes from Emily. And I know we have some in the back, so if it takes a few minutes, we'll wait.
Good evening to the board and cabinet and community. My name is Emily Saturn, and I just want to express how troubled I am that we're losing amazing leadership at the district. I think a lot of the community members are troubled by this, to have leadership leave in a very short period of time. They bring with them education, professional experience that I think it's going to be very hard to replace. And I've spoken about how I feel the trust between the board and the community has been fractured for various reasons, and I don't know if that's why board or the cabinet members are leaving or principals are leaving. I can't speak to that, but I can speak to what I've observed during board meetings. And just one example that comes to mind was at the last board meeting, there was a request to see the superintendent's calendar. I don't know if that's standard practice, but I don't think it has been, because it was a request to have that access to it. So I think things like these are things that really the board should consider, how to support the cabinet, how to support leadership, because we can't continue to have our cabinet members leave. So again, I don't have the answer, but I definitely think it's something that needs to be addressed, and we should trust the leadership, because they do bring not only education, but also professional experience to the table that's very hard to be replaced. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Laura Tepison.
Good evening to all. Arizona continues to rank near the bottom nationally in education, 48th place. When voters elect school board members, we expect leaders committed to their district and also collaborating with other board members to raise the standard for schools across the state. If the goal is not to improve education statewide, then why hold a seat? A few meetings ago, you celebrated academic growth in Peoria this year. It is worth celebrating, but the success is not from 1 or 2 years. It reflects sustained growth over multiple years. State assessment data shows that from 22 to 23, math proficiency in Peoria remained about 40%, and it continues at that level today, well above the state average of 34 to 35%. From 23 to 24, Peoria was the only large district among the top 5 to improve in at least one subject, while other districts declined. On February 26, Dr. Hernandez reported that district assessments, not yet the state, showed real accelerating growth, but this message remained largely on the district website. The measurable results we see are the product of teachers and district teams' hard work, effective strategies, and strong curriculum implementation. This dedication deserves to be acknowledged publicly and consistently. So where are your newspaper interviews highlighting what's working in your schools? Where are the articles celebrating the successes happening every day in the classrooms across the district? Be Peoria proud. Programs like Met Academy, for example, Peoria's rigorous pre-med program, deserve greater recognition for their transformative impact on students. Communicating successes like this on your podcasts or in the newspapers more widely would build stronger community support, especially during critical moments like the override vote. One board member promoted an A+ rating on social media, but that rating reflects the school's work, not the board's. So I ask, how has each of you directly contributed to increasing academic achievement in this district? Concrete written examples would be appreciated via email. While there have been some board accomplishments, the larger reality remains. The override failed, critical funding was left unsecured, leading to difficult decisions like school closures, and your superintendent is leaving. Moments like this call for reflection. I urge you all to examine your role, evaluate your real contributions, and strengthen support for the work happening in your schools. Supporting this district requires more than messaging and visits, but recognizing those doing the work and taking responsibility for major decisions that affect students and schools. Peoria's educators and students are delivering results. They deserve leadership that matches their dedication, visibility, and accountability. And I thank you.
Next public comment comes from Charmel Bolster.
Good evening, all. In all my 25+ years as an educator, I have never seen a more dysfunctional board than this one. Beginning with the new branding of Leading with Excellence, this district has slowly begun to implode. The district has one branding: every day, every student prepared to shape tomorrow. From the beginning, though, you made it known that you intended to change things and even bragged that other districts were watching you because you were doing things differently. Your branding focused on what you were doing. The focus was you. As a result of your Leading with Excellence, we have lost 2 top administrators, teachers and administrators, and staff morale is at an all-time low. Your statement, Mr. Tobey, last Thursday night, only served to add to an already deep divide between district community and the cabinet. And rather than taking responsibility for your lack of preparation for the meeting, you blame the superintendent and the cabinet. This proposal has been talked about for months, and you wait a week before it is to be voted on, before you say you can't support it. If we look back at some of the board's actions, we might get a picture of why people are leaving. I want to go to policy 1-100, mission belief statement brought on by Mrs. Rooks. The community and several board members felt more community input was needed. However, Mr. Tobey, you voted to pass the policy as written in spite of your previous comment that more community feedback was needed. So Mrs. Rooks' policy was voted in with 3 yes votes. That policy was rushed and should have had more public input. Policy 1-102.01, a role of the board member ethics, calls for treating each other and staff with respect. The treatment of Mrs. Ewing and Mrs. Proudfit has been less than respectful and certainly not in keeping with ethical and respectful behaviors of board members, and began when you tried to get Mrs. Proudfit off the ticket. You tried to silence Mrs. Ewing on several occasions. And I see my time is running out. So I'm going to cut to the chase. I could go on giving you more examples. These are the kind of actions, though, that destroy any work to this district. How many more have to leave before you realize a change is needed in the way of doing business in this district? I have wondered if you're capable of changing. I will leave you with an impassioned plea from one of our teachers. She asked that whatever you do tonight, that you do not delay. Make your decision so she and others can decide what they need to do. If this district is to survive, it is imperative that you change the way you conduct business and have leadership that can create a cohesive board.
I'm sorry,
and that can
Ms.
unify the
Bolster,
district and the
time is up.
community. I'm done.
Thank you. That concludes our opening call to the public for 4.1. We will move now to 5, Board and Superintendent Summary of Current Events. 5.1, Board Summary of Current Events. Mrs. Ewing?
I don't think I'm going to go into where I was and what I did last week and since we met, but I think the very first thing I want to say is I want to show appreciation, and say thank you to all of the team that has brought forward all of the proposals tonight. So thank you to our superintendent, thank you to Dr. Hernandez, and thank you to Ms. Airy, Mrs. Vicentainer, and Ms. Rodriguez's entire team. It has been a tremendous amount of work, and Peoria is faced with a decision, or we're faced with a decision of something that is a big, huge change, and something that's never really been brought forward before. So I really appreciate all of their hard work and their continued focus on students and staff and making sure that Peoria Unified is sustainable and can continue to be a leader across the state. So I just want to say thank you to that. I want to also say thank you. There are so many esteemed and amazing administrators in this room, principals who are sitting here, and directors. I appreciate all of your hard work. I know you show up every day for our students and every day for our staff, and I can't thank you enough how you show up despite all of this turmoil and everything that we're going through at this particular time. So I really wouldn't want to let today go, or this evening go, without expressing my gratitude and thank you. I think I could probably say that on behalf of the board, but again, I just really want to thank you, and I appreciate your passion, and thank you for being here tonight as we go through these difficult decisions tonight. Thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any board comments?
I'm going to actually go along the same lines with what Ms. Ewing did. I haven't seen my husband or children in a few weeks, so there's lots going on and we're doing lots. But I just wanted to speak to of what we're dealing with as a district right now. Tonight is going to be a historic board meeting because we're proposing to do things that literally have never been done before in the history of Peoria, that both the growth and the redistribution of our district demands some addressing. And I was thinking about it. I'm a writer, so I'm always making analogies in my head, and I'm also a really avid gardener. And about a month ago, it was time to prune our fruit trees, and it's always so scary to me because they're these beautiful green trees, and then you have to hack away at it, and it looks like it's totally dead, and you just pray, like, please, in a month, let me not have made the wrong choice. And I think we're kind of in the same situation now. We were asked to hack $21 million out of the budget. And our cabinet worked with the administrators. We're trying to come up with the very best solutions. But we're waiting to see that come to fruition. The decisions that we're going to make tonight might feel like we're pruning the tree back to nothing. But I promise you that there's nothing more important to cabinet, to us, to the administrators, that what we're doing is going to bring our district into the next part of our future. We're having a shift in education, not just in Arizona, but across the country, and we are committed as a board to ensuring that we rise to meet that occasion because we cannot get this wrong. Our students are too important. And so I just wanted to reiterate that not all turmoil is bad. It does offer us an opportunity to rebuild, to strengthen, and to make sure that we're prepared for the growth that is coming and that our community needs.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any board comments?
I'm going to follow the same suit and say, well, even with gardening, because I do enjoy gardening, made more money during COVID making garden beds than I have in my life. But sometimes it needs a little fertilizer as well, and sometimes it needs a little friction, and sometimes you gotta, plant it in the right season. And I am confident that this board will and is working together in this season that we're in, and we're with eyes wide open. For those that may or may not know this, I've come to know that you have to repeat something over and over and over and over for someone to learn. I used to have a saying, I do, you do, we do, so I know you understand. So I'm going to say this, and I've said it a lot, and I'll probably continue to say it a lot, that these cuts, these decisions, while they may be very hard, and we are taking that very seriously, they should have started in 2015. So while this weight is heavy, I just need to be forward and say, we're ready for it, and we'll do it. We'll make the hard choices, but keep in mind as we do, that this should have started in 2015. Now, on the flip side of that, every district is talking about this, every district across our nation. And I also want to reiterate and thank you, Cabinet, for putting this on our presentation in our study session, that the M&O has nothing to do with the closing of schools. We get paid, well, the district teachers, admin, we get paid on a regular basis and a sustainability from time that children have in seats, as some would say, butts in seats. And that's hours, that's days, that's, all the way up to the federal government. So there's been a lot of confusion on we sustain a district on an M&O. That doesn't make any sense. You don't sustain a program on a grant. It starts a program, right? And that's what a grant is supposed to be. So I just want to say that again, and I am very proud of working with this board, because if I could have, and we were joking coming out of that door, I said, Melissa, I want to get up there and just high five each other, but probably wouldn't have been appropriate, but I wanted to. So I can't think of better people that I'm working with on this board to make these decisions. So while gossip is going on, and it'll always go on, and trolls, I was, taught the 3 Billy Goats Gruff, if you know that story, you don't listen to trolls. So I don't really pay attention to that, because we have a job to do, and that's to leave it better than we were given to the generation coming up after us. Thank you.
Mr. Tobey, do you have board comments?
I think that this board is extremely talented when it comes to the diversity of the experiences that we have. We've said it time and time again, and I don't necessarily want to repeat myself. I know last time I was repetitive when it comes to what my expectations were of cabinet. I know Dr. Summers and Dr. Hernandez, everybody's done an extremely hard lift to present this plan moving forward. My belief is that as a board member, it should be an information push from cabinet and not an information pull. And so that's the whole reason for the questions, as the people that we all represent have asked questions. And so it's our job to ask questions as well. And that's where my sticking point was. Not that it is not a good plan, but I think that all I was asking for was the data back in January. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think having more data, more informed decision-making makes us better, to where we can kind of mull on the decisions that are before us and make the best decision for the most people. And I think that's our responsibility as board members, to have that full picture, that full landscape. I do want to say I was proud of all the students at the patriotic speech contest last week. I sat through a lot of the elementary, the 5th grade and the 7-8. They were amazing. Some of the topics of conversation that they were bringing really was imagery painting. There was one speech specifically talking about how the Declaration was formed, right? And the people sequestered into a room that they had to decide over that 4-month period of time in sweltering heat and wearing wigs. And she just painted a very big image of, if people like that can come together and form a document that has withstood hundreds of years, it kind of made me as a board member appreciate, we have big decisions before us, but not as big as the founding fathers, right? And I think that this is definitely accomplishable. We have a clear direction, and I wish everybody in the community could see what goes on in that room back there, because there is gossip, there is rumors that go around there, and that's toxic. And it's very contrary to, if you pull any one of us aside, you will get a different story about how we function as a board. And I'm very proud to serve on this board with my fellow board members, and I appreciate the different exchanges of thought, and that's how I know that we're going to arrive at the best solution. And so to educate myself more, especially for these upcoming decisions. Instead of waiting for the information, I was proactive. And since that last board meeting, I've met with at least half a dozen principals and site leaders that are critical to the decisions that are before us to find out what exactly is going on. I'm making myself available throughout the next few weeks because we have a lot of dominoes that are falling at the same time. And I want to make sure that principals and site leaders have access to me outside of this environment to be able to weigh in, to provide that direction, so that way I'm a better informed board member. So over the next few weeks, I'm going to continue doing that beyond tonight. So I want to say that I am very happy to be with this board. I think that we will make the tough decisions, and we're not afraid to, and we will lead with excellence, because that's what we expect, and that's what our students deserve. Thank you.
First off, I did not know that our Mrs. Rodriguez's mother died, so I want to give condolences to her and her family. That was heartbreaking news to hear, so I want to do that first. This week, I worked with Mrs. Proudfit, our clerk, to interview candidates. You'll see here for the associate to the superintendent. So I wanted to also thank Talia Vicentainer, our Chief Personnel Officer. She was able to kind of help me and Clerk Proudfit in that past 2 days. Becky is right, we did not see our families for the past 2 or 3 days. So it was great to have all the staff helping us here at the district for that process. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. We were able to stop by me and Becky were able to step out a little bit, get a break, and we stopped by the ELA committee that was going on in the back room. So I just wanted to say thank you to everybody back there. They had their individual tables and they were working hard. I could see it, and it was just great to go in and observe kind of what was just happening behind the scenes. So thank you to all of them on that committee. I do want to share as well that, and I'm going to try not to get emotional on it, and it's kind of hard to see her right now with a lot of people in the room, but I met with Dr. Teresa Hernandez yesterday for coffee, and it was a great conversation, and I kind of wrote up something because I knew I would start to cry if I wasn't able to get it out, and I wanted to make sure that I got out. You'll see in the news, she had submitted her resignation, and Dr. Hernandez has been a tremendous leader when it comes to academics and her commitment to supporting students and strengthening instruction across our district that has been clear throughout her work. I know she has been very supportive of the governing board, which has made our work together much stronger. Personally, I have been very supportive of Dr. Hernandez. I believe she was one of the first ones that I said I trust her out in public at a board meeting. And I know the role that she has played in advancing academic success for our students, her focus on learning achievement and ensuring that students have the support that they need in the classroom has made a meaningful impact. I will say that I truly wish she would have remained in her role, continuing that important work with a strong focus on supporting children and their education. But that said, I respect her and I want to wish her the very best in her future endeavors. And I am grateful for the work that she has done and the dedication that she has shown to students, parents, teachers, and our school community. And last, I'm going to kind of finish with, so I know somebody up here mentioned rumors going around, and so I kind of wanted to just talk about that a little bit. I know that there's been rumors going around that specifically me of choosing an associate to the superintendent or an interim to the superintendent, and that names, I've had people calling me and telling me that I'm going to choose Diane Douglas, who was our previous superintendent of public instruction in Arizona, and that couldn't be further from the truth. As much as I respect her and I value her as a friend, I just wanted to be able to say that very clearly, that that name has never been brought forward. I take the responsibility of our future of our district very seriously. And so I just wanted to address that. But then I also wanted to briefly address this thing that was circulating, and that as board president, I was trying to change the order of a roll call for votes tonight on all of our items. And that I became aware of that, and that claim is simply not true. And I wanted to make that very clear to my fellow board members. And I did reach out to Mrs. Ewing, who had concerns about that. And I want to tell you, in all of the years that we've been up here and we have disagreed, I texted her as soon as I found out, because I wanted that to be made very well known for our community and our fellow board members. And as president, I'm committed to making sure that we follow the same process we have always used. Our amazing board secretary, Azure, will continue to randomly select board members for any roll call votes during items this evening, just as we have consistently done. Transparency and fairness in our process matters, and I want our community to know that we will continue to conduct our meetings in that same spirit. And I just wanted to make that very well clear, because when someone is using my name, I want to make sure that it's true. And so I wanted to make sure that I shared that. And so, yeah. And with that, that's where I wanted to end on my board comments. So we will now turn it over to our 5.2 Superintendent Summary of Current Events. Dr. Summers.
Thank you, President Rooks, governing board members. Appreciate your comments. Cabinet, guests, thank you all for being here. So we do have several celebrations happening in our community that I'd like to give some mention to. We'll start with last week. Cactus High School's first robotics competition team, also known as the Cobra Commanders, competed at the Pikes Peak Regional in Colorado Springs. It's a great place, by the way, my hometown. The team, composed of 24 students from across the district, teachers and industry mentors, ranked first overall after an exciting round of qualification matches, setting a new event high score and marking the first time the team has ranked first at a regional competition. The Cobra Commanders finished the event ranked 4th in the world for robot performance. And with these exciting rankings, the team has qualified for the first World Championship in Houston, Texas for the 6th season in a row. And additionally, the team was honored with the Regional Impact Award, which recognizes the team that best represents a model for other teams and embodies the mission of FIRST Robotics. I know at some point we probably need to bring the whole team in. We also don't want to jinx that. So Principal Hammer, you let us know when that works best, but we do want to congratulate that amazing and outstanding performance. So proud of our students and everyone that supports that program. Also last Thursday, Mr. Toby, thank you for sharing this. We had 4 students emerge as first place winners in the district's 39th annual patriotic speech contest. And I think it bears mention that all the students did a fantastic job. Such an inspiring event. This year's winners are in the 5th, 6th grade division, Sydney Underwood from Sunset Heights and Christabel James from Desert Valley. In the 7th and 8th grade division, Blakely Slayer from Oakwood and Grace Carey from Copperwood. And each year, this contest is a highlight of the district's strong dedication to civic education. We want to congratulate our winners, and a special thank you to all of our guest judges and our educational services team for their work in putting on another great contest. We have more to celebrate. Ironwood High School students Abigail Herrera and Fatima Ijaz and Haley Breha, I'm sorry if I mispronounced the last names, won first place in the National Adobe Food Truck Challenge hosted by DECA. This challenge provided an opportunity for the students to develop a comprehensive food truck concept, including branding, truck design, menu creation, and social media marketing. The team won $6,000 and will be recognized on stage during DECA's International Career Development Conference this April in Atlanta. Congratulations to these students and their advisor, Mrs. Christine Quant. Peoria Unified also continues to shine with championship athletics. So a big shout out and congratulations to Liberty Boys Soccer, clinching the 6A state title, and Sunrise Mountain Boys Soccer, who won the Boys Open Division Championship. That's just fantastic. A great way to represent great work out on the field. And then on the court, hardwood, we had Liberty's boys basketball, who secured their second 6A state title in 3 seasons. And Raymond S. Cullis girls basketball brought home the 5A state championship. the program's second ever. So a huge congratulations to all of our incredible winter athletes, student athletes, and dedicated coaches on these outstanding seasons. Also, last week was Read Across America Week, a week dedicated to encouraging reading and educating families and students about the benefits of reading and literacy. Schools across the district welcomed guest readers into their classroom and celebrated with Spirit Days and participated in activities to celebrate and encourage literacy. I know a few board members also participated. Special shout out to Skyview Elementary School and kindergarten teacher Victoria Altnew for their exceptional work bringing in guest readers and sharing Read Across America with their students and their families. And we do have some summer spotlight recipients recently. Stephen Newport, drama teacher at Foothills Elementary School, and Shalise White, a speech pathologist at Park Ridge Elementary School. In fact, Miss White's story was recently covered in the Peoria Independent, so we encourage you to read her full story there and continue to submit those nominations for Summer Spotlight. And with that, President Ricks, that concludes my summary. I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. So we will now move on to 6 discussion items. 6.1, I am just going to state that if you turned in a slip for this item, if you're in the very back, you can make your way forward and line up on the side and we'll call your names. But it's 6.1, review of proposal related to school closures, repurposing, and boundary adjustments. We will go through the presentation first, presented by Dr. Summers and his team, and then we will move into public comment and then board discussion. Dr. Summers, welcome.
Thank you, President Ricks. Good evening again. We appreciate the opportunity tonight as we get the slideshow here queued up. So this presentation will provide a comprehensive review and summary of the information that has previously been shared with our governing board and community regarding the proposal related to school closure considerations, facility repurposing, and boundary adjustments. And as you already know, over the course of several study sessions, as well as different community presentations, as well as a public hearing, district leadership has shared data and analysis related to enrollment trends, facility utilization, financial considerations, and community feedback. So this presentation consolidates all of those key data points, considerations, and elements of the proposal so the governing board has clear and complete context as it considers the related action items later on tonight's agenda. I will add on this note, because a lot of this information has been shared previously, I'm not going to necessarily share it in the most comprehensive manner. I'll just hit on some high points. And President Ricks, we will also have members of cabinet as well as Principal Hammer that will take on some different components. So we'll try to keep this moving along. I know it's a big night and there's a lot to consider. So with that, I do want to just start by highlighting the timeline that provides a brief overview of the sequence of discussions, all of the engagement opportunities and information shared with our governing board and the community since our master planning work has begun. And as you will see, this has been a multi-step process involving data analysis, board discussions, and community engagement. As we began in August of 2025, the governing board voted to partner with Grace Design Studios. I'm sorry they couldn't be here tonight, President Ricks, but they do send their thoughts with us. So they also will be preparing a final report for us at some point future here in the spring. But we do want to make sure that we also thank the community for engaging in multiple meetings and opportunities to gather input and share information with our community. So we included meetings from Peoria High School, Cactus High School, Sunrise Mountain High School, as well as different conversations with Business Advisory Group, our Faith and Community Council, and other meetings through the District Administration Center and so forth. All of these conversations helped inform the broader planning work that followed. And as that work progressed, the district team used the available data to begin developing a strategic proposal. On December 10th of 2025, the governing board did receive a comprehensive budget update and a presentation related to enrollment trends as well as other financial considerations. And then as you recall, in early January, communication was shared with our families, staff, and the community, and a dedicated website was created to provide public access to information related to this work. On January 7th, additional communication was provided ahead of the governing board meeting, and on January 8th, as you also recall, the board held a full-day study session and a regular meeting to review master planning data and voted to schedule a future public hearing and community forum. The purpose of sharing this timeline again tonight is to demonstrate that the proposal being reviewed has developed through a deliberate and transparent process with multiple opportunities for engagement and input along the way. And so with that context in mind, I'm just going to remind you of some of what was covered in the January 8th Governing Board study session. And during that discussion, again, the board reviewed enrollment trends, facility utilization, programming needs, financial sustainability, comprehensive facilities assessment, community engagement, and long-term planning analysis. The bottom line here is that we have used data to drive this decision, not necessarily starting with a perspective on closure, but recognizing that we know that all of this data confirms the need to right-size in alignment with our enrollment realities. So our master capital plan, which did not prescribe essentially which schools to close, provided a district-wide diagnostic, identifying where structural pressures exist. And across several indicators, the data consistently converged on Area 2, south of Bell, north of Grand, where we know that those pressures are most significant. In those capacity findings specifically, we noted that our functional capacity of serving approximately 47,473 students with a current enrollment of 36,659 students, including preschool, reflects 10,814 seats across the district currently underutilized, representing nearly 23% of district capacity. And even when facilities are underutilized, we know that they still require utilities, maintenance, staffing, and capital investment. And so as enrollment has declined and while facilities have remained static, we must consider a range of possible responses. And those responses may include boundary adjustments, grade reconfiguration, program relocation, school consolidation, and facility repurposing. We prioritized a phased approach, as you know, with this original proposal. And that phased approach allows the district to focus on one geographic area at a time, implement changes thoughtfully, monitor implementation, and minimize disruption for students and families. And so we made an intentional decision for phase 1 to focus specifically on Area 2 and the Cactus Cluster, where data shows the most significant misalignment between enrollment and facility capacity. Concentrating the proposal within a contained geographic cluster also allowed the district to limit system-wide disruption while strengthening program opportunities at Cactus High School. So as you know, these are the set of original draft proposals, including closure of Kachina and Pioneer Elementary Schools, moving into Canyon and Foothills Elementary Schools respectively, focusing on a 7th, 8th grade model at Cactus, prioritizing Kachina, Pioneer, Canyon, Foothills students going into Cactus High. And then we've also talked about eCampus grade reconfiguration, which we will discuss in a little bit more detail as we go through with the original proposal projecting the K-8 option being shut down. In addition, it's really important that we clarified specialized programs and services would continue without interruption. I won't repeat all of this same information. Again, this is the same information that has been presented both through the study session on January 8th and the public hearing. And then as you also know, our original proposal included focusing on a 28-29 school year transition for Oakwood students or 7th and 8th graders, essentially at that time moving to Cactus High School. Also want to briefly address the topic of facility repurposing. As we know, this has come up in previous discussions. It is important to clarify that repurposing decisions for Pioneer and or Kachina are not part of this evening's March 12th action items. Those decisions would come before the governing board separately at a future meeting, perhaps as early as March 26th, pending the decisions tonight. Some of the concepts currently under consideration, as you know, include relocating Peoria Flex Academy, expanding the Works Transition Program, and exploring potential lease and or partnership opportunities that would align with district needs. And again, tonight's discussion is focused on facility utilization and enrollment alignment, while any repurposing decisions, again, would come forward separately for governing board consideration at a later time. This is just a reminder of the capacity compared to current enrollment across the Cactus cluster. Several schools in the cluster are operating significantly below their functional capacity. This uneven distribution of enrollment is one of the many factors driving the proposal to better align students with available facilities. And as a reminder, this is the current boundaries in Area 2 in the Cactus Cluster specifically. And the following slide depicts what would happen as part of the proposed boundary adjustments within the Cactus Cluster. Boundary adjustments are one of the tools that we use to align enrollment with available capacity across schools. So with that recap of the proposal, I'm going to, at this point, transition to our Chief Communications Officer, Mrs. Danielle Airy, who will walk us through the community feedback received throughout this process. There's Mrs. Airy.
Well, good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. I'll remind you and our community that the process to consider the closure, repurposing, and boundary adjustments within a school district is prescribed to us in ARS 15-341, 32, and 37. And per statute, we are required to meet certain notification requirements to make sure that the community knows of our intent to study school closures and so that they are aware of the timeline for which the governing board may consider and make decisions regarding that proposal. As such, we developed and implemented an extensive communication plan that was approved by the governing board and the school district's attorney that exceeds the requirements that are outlined within the state statute. You can see some of the touch points that we had along the way, and as we're going through the presentation this evening, you by now can also see that we're walking you through a timeline that highlights a few of those notifications specifically. And I want to note one that you'll see here, and this was a postcard mailer that was sent to all residents within the Peoria Unified School District, sharing the information and where they could learn more, where the community could learn more, also outlining where they could attend a public hearing. One of the key aspects included in our plan was the opportunity for our families, our staff, and residents within the community to be able to learn more, connect with those at the schools, as well as have some of their questions answered. And I want to specifically thank and highlight the team from Cactus High School, led by Principal Christy Hammer, for the incredible information night that they held. We had some of our governing board members there, so of course you had an opportunity to see it, but well over 500 people in attendance to learn more about this proposal and to hear that from not only Mrs. Hammer, but many of the teachers at Cactus High School, as well as the rest of the administration team. Mrs. Hammer is here with us tonight, and so I know she is going to provide a little bit of a snapshot of what was shared at that meeting and that we subsequently posted on the website for our families and our community members to learn more. So at this time, I will invite her up to share more about that information night.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. I am thrilled to be here tonight. I'm sure you can all imagine. So let's talk a little bit about what we presented. One of the first things we focused on, because there were concerns about safety and security of 7th and 8th graders joining a high school, is we wanted to make sure that we created a space for them on our campus, and we looked at the 300 building courtyard area. We're going to talk a little bit more about that. Me, myself, and I are going to talk about that a little bit more. We have created separate spaces for our 7th and 8th graders, should this pass, such as restrooms, locker rooms, lunch periods, school dances, electives, even breakfast. They'll have separate lanyards and IDs to make sure that we can identify our junior high students from our high school students. I also recognize that after listening to the comments at the community forum on February 19th, that this does not address all the concerns. So I'd like to take a brief moment to address some of the concerns that I heard from the community that night. The majority of them had to deal with 18 and 19-year-olds on our campus and their potential influence on younger students relating to vaping, alcohol use, and dating. So I'd like to just talk facts for a moment. 93% of our seniors who started the school year this year as a senior were 16 and 17 years old. 63% of them are still 17 as of tonight's meeting. There are 0 alcohol-related instances on our campus, and less than 1% of our students have been caught with a vape device. Actually, it's 0.03 if we're going to get specific. In surveying those students who were caught with a vape device, all of them stated that they started long before they entered high school. With regards to dating, seniors consider it unacceptable for them to even date a freshman on our campus. There are no cool points for that. So dating a 7th and 8th grader is unthinkable. But I would like to take a moment briefly to talk about what our senior class is doing. 99% of them have met the College and Career Readiness Index, including 16 ABOR College Core classes. 23% of them have finished or are currently in a work-based internship. And last year, because obviously we can't do the numbers this year yet, last year our senior class earned over 23 million in scholarships, which was the highest in the district for the smallest high school in the district. So props to them. Our seniors are focused on graduation, post-secondary success, and preparing for their futures. That's what they're focused on, not 7th and 8th graders at this time. So with that in mind, let's talk about how we can get 7th and 8th graders excited for their moment to shine when they become seniors. So if we look at this map of proposal for the 7th and 8th grade courtyard, it is in our 300 wing. And what you'll see there are 10 classrooms that are designated for all the core contents. After that, their electives are either in that area or right in the building next door. So kids are not traveling far. The furthest they will travel will be for band and choir. That will be the first that they travel on our campus. So you can see that they have separate restrooms. There's actually a restroom that will be around the corner from room 318 as well for them, because we needed more sets of bathrooms to make sure that our kids were serviced. We have 2 pathways that we're looking at, our integrated accelerated model and the traditional model. So let's talk a little bit about what that means. As a 7th grader, you can accelerate if you choose to. It's a choose your own venture. I'm an English major, as most of you know, so I love those choose your own adventure books when I was young. So kids, if they are strong in math, which was not me, like I said, English major, they can choose to accelerate in math and take 7th and 8th grade math for that 7th grade year and accelerate. Otherwise, if you're a regular math student like me, you're going to go the traditional model and you're just going to take 7th grade math for that year. If you choose to accelerate in English and social studies, that model is there for you. Notice you'll see a blue box there because you will also have to accelerate in science and CTE, and I'll explain why in a minute. If you are a traditional student and English is not your strong suit, then you can take the full year of 7th grade English. And with that blue box, you'll have a semester of science and a semester of social studies. So what this looks like for our kids, the reason why I have the blue box there is if you'll notice, if we accelerate in English and social studies, and you want to not accelerate in science, you still have another social studies there. So I didn't want to have kids taking 2 social studies. So it is a choose your own venture. So like me, I would choose English and social studies to accelerate in. I would choose the science and CTE line to accelerate in, but I would definitely be a regular math student in this model. 8th grade, the beauty of this, I got ahead of myself. Currently, we have 27 7th graders, or actually 6th graders, who have chosen to accelerate in the math. And we have 61 who have chosen to accelerate in the ELA, science, social studies, and CTE. How do you accelerate, in CT and science? Our science is looking at, our science class will be looking at science through the engineering standards in CTE with that perspective. So that's the acceleration there. So what does it look like for 8th grade? 8th grade accelerated, our kids actually have 2 options. They can take Algebra 1 block first semester and Geometry Honors second semester, or they can take Algebra 1 year long. And the difference between those 2 is just the speed at which kids learn. So it doesn't mean that kid isn't accelerated if they just need more time with that. Or I would be, once again, in the 8th grade math year long. You can take, just like the 7th grade model, English and social studies, or you can take English year long for 8th grade English, and then science and CTE are accelerated, and then science and social studies. So it follows a similar path with 7th grade. So once again, if you are strong at math, it's a choose your own venture. You could say, hey, I really want to take the math and accelerate there, but I think I want to stay on the regular session for English, science, and social studies. You have that choice, or you can accelerate in all the models. My brothers would have been accelerating all the models. They were the 4.0 students in our house. So currently 35 kids have signed up for the ELA, and 22 have signed up to accelerate in the 8th grade model. So let's talk about electives. The real purpose of this was to also provide more opportunities for our kids to really explore. And I think that's important for kids because sometimes at 7th and 8th grade, I hear junior high teachers tell me often, I can't motivate them. I tell them, it matters in high school, it matters in high school. And they're like, well, I'm not there yet. So they struggle sometimes seeing the big picture. So the beauty of this is to provide kids the opportunity to explore. What are their strengths? What are things they love to do? And how can I do more of it, if you will? So let's talk about the 3 pathways. We have a creative arts pathway, we have a CTE pathway, our career and tech pathway, and a physical education pathway. Kids have to choose one from each of those pathways, and then that 4th elective is just that. They can choose from any one of the pathways that are their favorite. What we didn't want to do is have kids say, oh, I'm going to do PE all day type thing, or I just want to do creative arts. We want them to explore because they never know what they like until they have a chance to really get in there and see what it's all about. So let's talk about the creative arts pathway. We're offering art/ceramics, so they get a chance to do both. Production design, which is the back of the house of the theater. It's everything from your stage, your lights, your sound, your costuming, your makeup. Band is the only one that we're going to require a full semester of because we don't want kids a semester without their instrument. Choir, digital music, where they can create their own beats. Theater, that's the front, where you are the actor or actress. And then photography and digital photography. I had kids when I pushed into the elementaries to give them these options who said, hey, if I really want to do some more of the creative arts pathways, but I can only do band because it's that full semester, what are my options? Clubs. We're going to have clubs for our kids because I don't want them to miss out. I still want them to have experiences. I don't want them to quit band because they feel like they're going to miss out on something. Career exploration pathway, we have our Next Gen Build Lab. Dr. Summers took my thunder away when he talked about a robotics team, but this is our engineering, automation, and technology, so that our kids will be in there doing robotics and engineering. Digital communication, I told kids, if you're the next TikTok star, this is you. But it's your branding, your video, your graphics, your media, all of that. Gear Up is your auto construction and logistics. Impact Makers, it's the exploration, community, and civic careers. That's your police, that's your fire, that's your lawyers, that's anyone who wants to join criminal justice or any of those types of things. Medical, all of that. And then the last one is Exploration and Innovation Studio. Those are kids who want to be their own entrepreneurs. I can't tell you how many high school kids tell me they want to own their own business. I don't know if they really know what that means. That means they're first in, last out, and I'm not sure they want to get up that early, but it's there for them to have that exploration. And then the last pathway is our physical education pathway. We're offering dance for our kids. And then I told them, listen, I know some of you are wildly competitive. I mean, that was my family, only 3 brothers and myself, and we were wildly competitive. So we were the ones who made sports not fun for those of you who just want to play for fun, because that did not exist in my family. So if you want to play for fun, rec sports is for you. It is your can jam, it is your golf, it is your bowling, it is those type of things. Racket sports, it's your, obviously, tennis, racquetball, badminton, not racquetball, pickleball. Sorry, we don't have racquetball courts. Pickleball. And then team sports are for our competitive kids who make it not fun for everybody else. That's your basketball, volleyball, football, soccer, baseball, all those. And then yoga and Pilates. And kids are like, yoga and Pilates? And I told them, this is on camera, so maybe I shouldn't say this out loud, but I will. One of our secrets to success on our football team is every Friday night, our football players do yoga before every football game. So can you imagine 67 football players in there doing yoga together? It happens. So that's what we're looking at for Cactus High School. And with that, I will bring it back to one of my 2 favorite Cobras who are here, Talia and Mrs. Airy.
Thank you, Mrs. Hammer. I don't know how you can't get excited listening to her share about all the opportunity and all of the work. So thank you, Mrs. Hammer, for all the work. I also want to thank the rest of our educational services team that I know has been alongside you through some of this as well and has talked through some of the scheduling. So tremendous, tremendous lift here. So thank you, thank you. I want to take a moment also to highlight some of the other opportunities for connections and also commend Mrs. Sherry Stillman as well as Mrs. Kristen Balthus, who also opened their campuses for information nights and invited the communities from Kachina and Pioneer onto their campuses so that they could ask additional questions, see the campus, experience the campus, meet the teachers, and learn more about what the educational experience could be like at those schools. We're very grateful for the time, the energy, and the effort that went into those, and I know both of those principals are here tonight as well, so we want to say thank you for all the work that went into this. As I shared, we made it a priority to ensure that we had multiple ways that the community could connect and learn more. We know many stream our meetings and are able to listen to the presentation. I want to also highlight the feedback window that was open, and this goes back to towards the beginning of the timeline, January 12th, and closed just yesterday, March 11th. And this was the chance for the community to submit in any questions, concerns, thoughts that they had relative to any aspect of this proposal. We provided that to the governing board in two rounds. Really, the first set of those responses were provided to you, I believe, on February 27th, and then the second set you received as well, and all of that feedback is attached to this agenda item. I want to take a second to note the February 19th public hearing and community forum, where much of what Mrs. Hammer shared, Dr. Summers was able to reiterate as well and highlight a few key points from this proposal. I also want to note that hosting a public hearing is something that is prescribed to us in statute, so that was fulfilling that aspect of what's outlined in statute, that we have an opportunity for the governing board to hear arguments for and against anything that was listed in the proposal and that was presented. We continued on through our timeline, and you'll see noted here some of the opportunities to share the proposal and receive feedback beyond our staff and families, and those are residents as well as stakeholders in our community. Our Faith and Community Council, also our Business Advisory Council, all of the touch points that we had with various stakeholders in our community. We shared information related to the proposal and asked for any feedback, anything maybe that we weren't thinking of that we should note or we should consider. And we're able to get some great feedback from those groups that listened as that was presented. And we continued on to update those families in particular that attend a school that is listed or noted somewhere in the proposal. And in fact, they received an email from us just as recently as yesterday, letting them know that you were discussing this once again and specifically what was outlined on the agenda for consideration. Dr. Summers referenced our website, School Changes, peoriaunified.org/school changes, which has been a primary place where we have provided updates, responded to questions, and kept those FAQs current. You also will see those FAQs attached to this agenda item for you this evening. That brings us to just 1 week ago, March 5th, and we had quite the lengthy discussion, and the governing board was able to also share some additional questions that may still be remaining. I'll turn the rest of the time over to Dr. Summers to provide a recap from March 5th and also share some of the information and the questions that were answered.
Thank you again, Mrs. Zeri. Before I do that, and I appreciate that we have so many principals that are here this evening, I also want to commend principals at Kachina, Natalie Steele, as well as Pioneer, Becky Heiner, and then also Jeff Fryer here from eCampus. Anytime we're having conversations that involve campuses and significant decisions that are in front of us, I think the way they have handled that has been just very admirable. We appreciate how you take care of your community, and we respect how difficult this is. And so with that, I also want to just give a nod to just about everybody that has had some hand in this. We know that there's just a lot that goes into all of it in a normal regular spring, and to keep the focus on students and on staff members and families in that space, we're just really grateful. So again, I'll just keep my comments relatively high level and President Ricks, just so you know, on the back end of this, some of the questions that surfaced in this particular study session, we did have the opportunity to provide some additional clarity. So I know that one of the big things from the board's perspective was, in a public hearing format, you don't really get the benefit of any sort of back and forth or Q&A. So thank you for giving us the opportunity to allow for some additional clarification and dialogue following that public hearing. As you recall, we did share more information with you on the research of 712. And research in this area consistently indicates that the number of school transition students experience can be a significant factor in student outcomes. And that 712 configurations are not uncommon. They have been associated in some studies with actually higher high school readiness indicators and achievement. And at the same time, research emphasizes that implementation matters, including appropriate supervision, dedicated spaces for younger students, and staff trained in middle grade instructional strategies. And I think, as you heard again earlier this evening, we believe we are, and not just believe, we are very confident that we are up to this task, as Principal Hammer and her team have demonstrated. We also spent a little bit of time talking about athletics considerations, and so you know that we will be able to commit to a model that will actually, we believe, increase opportunities for students that are indicating their interest. And the goal of this structure is to maintain fair access to athletics, a clear process for evaluation, and appropriate operational oversight for this type of program. In addition to student engagement and activities around clubs, activities, and other school-based programs, and maintaining opportunities for student connection and participation will remain an important consideration throughout any transition process. We also talked a little bit about staffing. Mrs. Vicentainer, I think are you going to talk to us about staffing? Yes. Go for it.
Well, unless,
no, please.
I hate to steal your thunder.
No, please do.
Good evening, President Rooks, member of the governing board, members of the public, and our beloved staff. Anytime you're talking about any type of large transition or change like this, we have to take into account the impact it will have on our employees. So as we did an analysis, we also we're facing a budget challenge, we recognize that through the changes that we would impact a total of 10 teachers on the certified side for the gen ed. We do have additional impacts that are happening in the district right now with regard to the specials, so I don't want to not acknowledge that those are other areas that we are addressing, but specifically with regard to the staff, we have been able to identify an initial placement for all of our employees. We had asked them for feedback. We did our best to try to find the best placement for everyone. It's a kind of a tough situation when you have you ask people for three positions and 3 locations. You're not always going to be able to hit number one on both. So we focused primarily on trying to get individuals to either the grade level they wanted or the campus they wanted to go to, recognizing that once they were at that particular location, staffing will continue to change, and the administrator on that campus will have the ability to make any additional adjustments that need to happen. We also know that we have opportunities for our instructional assistants who are supporting so many of the programs within these campuses currently, and so I already have my team working on identifying opportunities for folks to go. Some of the holdup or some of the delay in terms of being able to communicate some of these changes came into the fact that we were finalizing some of the placements of programs, where would they be, and then have the students and the staff be able to follow that. Gotcha. Thank you. So specific to Cactus High School and the 712 model, we are adding an additional 13.5 certified teachers for the junior high school programs. We do believe we will be able to staff most of this with our current junior high staff from the affected programs. Mrs. Hammer and her team are planning to interview and have conversations with staff, given we had a large amount of interest for not as many positions. So we do have alternative placements again for all those individuals, with the opportunity for them to come forward and hopefully join this amazing transition. We also are adding a dedicated counselor to support the junior high. We felt that this was something that was going to be helpful for the student transition, as well as understanding the new scheduling and the impact of that. And then we also are adding one additional full-time security guard to the current security team. So we felt that that additional oversight and having adults around that could help make any transitions times or address any concerns happen in a more efficient manner. And finally, there was concern or questions that came up about transportation. We haven't addressed that element yet tonight, but in terms of, we do believe that we have safe transportation options, but if we felt that bus assistance were needed, we would just need to identify how we would move forward with that. And so I will hand it back to Dr. Summers.
Thank you. As we have also expressed, we're fully committed to ensure that we have support for our students receiving special education services under this proposal, emphasizing that all student IEPs will remain fully in effect. And again, I know this is information we've covered already, so I'll just keep it very abbreviated for now. We also spent time March 5th talking about feedback that we have heard from the Oakwood community, and under the original proposal, as Oakwood 7th and 8th grade students were proposed to transition to the Cactus 712 program beginning in the 28-29 school year. We also heard loud and clear that many families feel a strong connection to the current K-8 model, and we know that the capacity at Oakwood is not going through some of the same challenges that we are experiencing in the surrounding neighborhood of Cactus High School, immediate surrounding neighborhood, I should say. So with that in mind, and based on governing board feedback from that meeting, we have prepared an action item that is built on option B, so specifically leaving Oakwood as a K-8 campus while allowing families who are interested in the 712 program to enroll there by choice rather than by boundary assignment at this time. And then we did spend some time, as you know, also talking about eCampus and highlighting some of the operational challenges with respect to enrollment, specifically at the K through 8 grades. I will just reiterate and highlight that the current 65 students that are supported in the K-8 program, we really have a funding challenge that we're dealing with where those per pupil operating costs are substantial. Currently estimated at approximately $28,700 per elementary student, nearly 4 times the state per pupil funding level. So with that in perspective, we also acknowledge that our 912 program continues to play a very important role in the district. And as we explored some of those potential options, and we actually have a few additional slides in a moment, and I'd like to have Dr. Hernandez speak to that as well, that we're looking at, and this will be item 7.5 in front of you tonight, or 7.6, however it plays out on the action items, that we are proposing more of a phased closure approach, initially focusing on a closure of K4 while still allowing students currently in grades 5 through 8 to be retained, and then to be pursuing some modifications to the program model. And then as we also discussed, again, at a high level, there are other considerations relating to what would happen should the decision to close a school be made regarding the lease of the facility, the selling of the property, and or partnering with other organizations. And those options, while they would also require additional legal review and governing board consideration, could be brought forward to you as early as March 26 or subsequent meeting. The feedback summary, as Mrs. Airy shared earlier, did provide quite a bit of context, and we have kept that feedback window open, as you know, all the way through yesterday. So we have provided that additional feedback summary in its full form to you in the PDF that's uploaded with this agenda item. And with that, here was some of the additional information as requested by the governing board that we are pleased to bring back to you this evening as part of your additional consideration. So the total number of pre-registration forms that have been received thus far for the 712 model, as you know, we are in a position, should this move forward, to be able to work with, at this point in time, a total of 295 students with a capacity of up to 350. So we are confident in our ability to not only work with those pre-identified students, but to also continue to process additional registration as we work through the spring. One of the questions I know that was brought forward as well was what would happen if the configuration were simply K-8 Kachina rolling into Canyon, K-8 Pioneer rolling into Foothills. So you can see the current enrollment of both of those campuses and the projected enrollment if moving just to a K-8. So while there is still a little bit of space, it essentially gets us right at the capacity level or within a range that would potentially create some concerns that, yes, addresses our undercapacity issue, but that is a dynamic that we did want to reference based on the questions. And this is the projected enrollment if K-6, 712. So as you can see, those numbers there reflecting current capacity increasing at Cactus and still having capacity at Canyon and Foothills with the model that's being proposed. Transportation, as we mentioned earlier, we do currently run 3 general education bus runs to Cactus High School. If approved, we anticipating adding anywhere from 2 to 4 additional routes pending registration from students. So that's a process that we would be actively working to confirm with our transportation team and understanding which students may want to ride the bus as eligible riders. And the final number of routes would be contingent, again, upon those who opt in. And our Director of Transportation has confirmed that that is within our ability and means to incur those additional routes and have the staffing and capacity to be able to do so. I think another question, President Rick, specifically was, what does the principal support look like? So we do want to note our executive director team and their continuous support within the organizational structure. So shouting those individuals out, I think they're also here with us this evening, Dale Sheff, Ali Bridgewater, Aaron Gonzalez, and Chris Lopez-Lira. So we appreciate their continuous support as well. I mentioned eCampus. And some of those options. And I'm going to actually ask that Dr. Hernandez take a moment to talk through this just a little bit more in detail. So Dr. Hernandez.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. So starting on the top for option A is the original plan that we've had, and we brought forward based on feedback from the community as well as governing board members, and option B to consider. So option B looks at how we meet our fiscal challenges or realities with the opportunities to be innovative in a space where we could look to move forward in areas such as how we support ESA opportunities with the different programming that we offer. So this proposed B looks at having moving from a K4 and a 5-8 model. So K4 would be discontinued from a grade configuration standpoint in the coming school year, while we would continue offering a synchronous, which is a live teacher where the students have a class schedule and they tune in and they hear their live teacher. That's the synchronous version for 5-8 in the 26-27 school year. During the 26-27 school year, the district would then have the opportunity to build out an innovative version of an asynchronous 5-8 program. And what 5-8 would look like in an asynchronous setting is that the coursework is built out across the entire year for each content area, each special, each opportunity for learning, and all of the materials are ready for the students, and the students and the families choose the pace at which they will move forward through that content. This allows us to be competitive with other opportunities that students and families have in the online space to offer that flexibility. So students who, for example, most commonly we see gymnasts who need that flexibility in their schedule to undergo some very rigorous training, and they need that flexibility to be able to do school around those training schedules. So areas like that, it's an opportunity for us to be innovative in how we offer that. So that would be built during the 26-27 school year to be offered in transition during the 27-28 school year. This would therefore naturally not offer to a K-4 synchronous environment. We really believe that our K-4 students, with the enrollment challenges that we've had, our families are committed to ensuring that that early literacy, early numeracy, which is so foundational to future learning, is best suited oftentimes in the synchronous in a classroom type setting. It wouldn't preclude us from meeting our community where they are, should there be a demand to have that opportunity return. But this would allow us to focus in on that 5-8 space to re-engage with families that need that flexibility and want that learning for their students. Families who choose an online option for their family, their situations, have already made the decision they want to go online. So for us, it's what do we offer in the online space that is competitive with what families are seeking out specific to the opportunities to learn online.
Okay, so we are very close at this point. These are the action items that I have referenced along the presentation. I won't read these out loud to you, but this matches exactly what you will see as consideration for the future action items in tonight's agenda. And then we do want to share that pending the vote this evening, that we are prepared to share additional communication with our family, staff, and the community as early as tomorrow, with a next step including potential vote on repurposing, selling, leasing, and/or partnering as next steps for schools are closed. Again, I know that depends on where we land tonight, as well as some additional information at the direction of the governing board. So that's that item that I just referenced there. So President Rooks and governing board members, with all of that, I do want to just quickly note, thank you as well. We know that this has not been an easy process, and doing hard things I don't think is. But the intent this evening is to make sure that you have as much as we can provide to you. And we appreciate that you are engaged. I know you have public comment that you're considering as well. We'll be ready to answer any questions that you may have following those. President Ricks, again, that concludes our presentation this evening. We will turn it back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. Yes, we'll start with public comment, and I believe when we have board questions, I know one board member wanted to also hear from our eCampus team if they're available, but I want to get through our public comment because that's what we're here to serve. So you will have 3 minutes. Our first public comment, we do put students first, so if you check marked for student, we will like to hear from you first. Kylie, is it Daughtry? Welcome.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Kylie Daughtry, and I'm an 8th grade student at eCampus. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak tonight. I have been a part of eCampus since the 4th grade. Over the years, this school has become a very important part of my life and education. One of the things that has helped me the most is having the same teachers throughout 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. Because they know how I learn, they're able to support me, and that connection has made a big difference in my success. Because of that support, I've been able to do very well. I'm mostly an A+ student, and I plan on continuing my education with eCampus into high school. This learning environment works for me because it helps me focus and keeps me motivated as I work. Students need options. When people go to the store, they'll see aisles of different options. That's the same with learning. Not every student succeeds in the same environment. And we need to give a chance to students so that way they can be given what they need to work the best that they can and to succeed into their future. If grades 6 through 8 are closed, many students will be forced to leave the environment that helps them succeed and go to in-person schools that may not work as well for them. That kind of sudden change can disrupt the students' lives, learning, and progress that they have worked so hard to make. Board members, I and the fellow students at eCampus respectfully ask that you keep at least grades 6th through 8th open as an option for students. Thank you.
Thank you for public comment. Next one comes from Tabitha Odell.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So I'm here to strongly encourage the district to continue the Peoria eCampus program for the upcoming school year. This program has already made a meaningful difference for my son and our family. My son joined eCampus mid-year after experiencing social challenges in a traditional classroom environment. He's in 5th grade. Academically, he has always been a strong student and is currently a straight A student, but the traditional setting was becoming difficult for him. We were incredibly grateful that Peoria Unified offered eCampus as an option that allowed him to remain in the district while learning in an environment where he could thrive. Since enrolling, the change has been remarkable. He enjoys his classes, speaks highly of his teachers, and has been able to stay fully engaged academically without social stress that was impacting him before. The structure and academic quality of the program has exceeded our expectations. Without the eCampus option, we likely would have had to enroll him in another online school outside of Peoria Unified District. That would have meant losing our connection to the district and potentially risking the consistency and quality that has helped him maintain his academic success. Based on the research we have done, we have not found another online academic program that compares to the quality offered through Peoria eCampus. It provides families with a much needed option while still keeping students connected to Peoria Unified teachers and standards. If the program continues next year, we absolutely plan to keep our son enrolled. Programs like eCampus ensures that students with different needs can still succeed within the district, and it would be a tremendous loss for families if the option were no longer available. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you for your public comment. Next public comment comes from Joseph Reyes. And just so everyone knows, we sit up here silent because we're not allowed to respond to public comment, just so everyone is aware of that. Okay.
All right, thank you, board members. I am also going to talk about the eCampus. And thank you, by the way, for hearing our opinions and everything. We have an eCampus kid, and eCampus is probably going to be the only reason, or one of the very few reasons, why he graduates on time. It allows a lot of flexibility, and with kids, we have 4 neurodivergent kids in our household. They all have different needs, and the best way to encourage positive behavior is to create the right environment, and eCampus does that. One of the things I've noticed is one of the very first assignments on eCampus is to create a video of why you're there. And you can imagine that there's so many different reasons why somebody would want to have that kind of environment. And I think even Dr. Hernandez said gymnastics was a reason, other challenges in the social environment. And so there's too many reasons why you should take it away, why you should not take it away, and too many reasons why you should keep it. And so I would just encourage you to preserve it as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next public comment comes from Lori Blue.
Good evening, board members. My name is Lori Blue, and I'm here to talk to you about turning Cactus into a 7 through 12 model. I know that there's a lot of parents concerned about having 7th graders on the same campus as a 12th grader. But let me tell you, if any of you have spent any time with Christy Hammer and her staff, nothing gets by that woman. I have known her for 5 years, and I have worked very closely with her. My son, my oldest, graduated last year. My youngest is a freshman this year. He is neurodivergent. He's struggled. You can ask Kristen Balthus about his numerous clearing of the classrooms as an elementary student. I didn't know if my son was going to make it through high school. And in the first semester and a half, he has had all honors classes. He has passed every class with a 96% and is number 4 out of 268 students. I know parents are concerned about what their children can expect at a K through, or at a 7 to 12, that maybe their 7th and 8th graders would get lost in the shuffle, or maybe those that are neurodivergent wouldn't get the attention that they need. I'm here to tell you that's not the case. I heard it said earlier that Christy Hammer is interviewing teachers for these positions. She does not mess around when she's picking teachers. She just doesn't. That's why out of 7 high schools, Cactus is one of 3 that hasn't been in the news for coaches, inappropriate behavior by teachers, because it would not be tolerated. Her last name may be her last name, but it really rings a hammer. Your children would be safe. The children will be safe. I heard that last week President Rooks said that if this does not pass, that we are looking at closing Cactus in 3 to 4 years. What that means is you would be closing a high school that for 25 years, their football team has made every playoff every year. You would be losing the high school whose cheer spirit line just took 2nd place in nationals. The high school whose robotics team just took 1st place and is 4th in the internationally. Let alone the tradition and the pride, loyalty, and family that comes with being a Cactus Cobra. I am from Tucson. I went to Amphi High School, which is green. I now bleed Cobra Blue and will for the rest of my life. Don't close Cactus.
Next public comment comes from Jeff Fryer.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, colleagues, guests, cabinet. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Jeff Fryer. I am the proud coordinator for Peoria's eCampus, and today I'm here specifically to speak for our K-8 students, the families and the staff that rely on that program every day. And since we're talking really about virtual learning, I would like you to think back for just a minute to those of you who remember Nokia phones, those green screens that had one app, Snake. And not long ago, they dominated the cell phone market worldwide. And today, almost nobody knows their name. They didn't adapt. Apple and Samsung, they saw what could be, not just what was, and they built the future. Nokia wasn't weak. They were trusted. They were effective. They simply rested on their past success instead of anticipating what was going to come next. So when we talk about virtual school and what eCampus provides, we find ourselves in a similar crossroads. Virtual learning isn't the future of education, it's the present in education. What eCampus provides to our students right now, nowhere else in the district can provide that. But we also see, and we also understand, enrollment right now isn't where we would want it to be, nor do we believe it's where it could be. We believe with strategic marketing, planned action, this is just the beginning of a program that could burgeon and be part of the solution to the enrollment problem, not only for eCampus, but for Peoria in general. We have the chance right now to lead and not follow. Preserving, growing eCampus is not just about saving some grade levels, it's about investing in the opportunity of student success and student choice that so many in our community hunger for, and right now we're providing. I suggest we choose vision over fear, innovation over closures, and what could be over what currently is. eCampus embodies what Peoria has been valuing for so long, which is every student, every day, prepared to shape tomorrow. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Monica, is it Army? Okay. I would like for you to wait because she wanted you to come up. Okay, so sorry. Last public comment then is Teddy Todd.
Good evening, President Rooks, Clerk Proudfit, and board members, cabinet, and everybody else that works with the schools. And look at this whole crew. Whoa, these are people. We are the people. Oh, you're gonna put me closer. Okay, I'll move over. I first want to say my gratitude to everybody who has worked mega hours. Much of your brain probably felt like it was half brain dead part of the time. You have been thinking deep. You've been looking at data. You've been analyzing. You have been very responsible and very respectful of everybody's opinions. I don't know how many more meetings or committees or groups that you could have met with to get any more input. It was amazing just to read the pages of input, let alone try to put it in a data form. That is who we are, and we need to celebrate who we are because we must move forward. There's not enough money for anything. And we have to use what we've got. Maybe we can hope to get some more somewhere. But it also means that the opportunity that we have for the 7th and 8th graders to have a little bit of a different program than what has been offered before, I think you're going to see that's going to blow you out of the water. These kinds of programs have been done in many other states for a long time, and they really make a difference to the students at that level in their life, that position, to move forward so they can choose what they need to take in high school and not waste their time. It also helps the parents not pay so much money for additional education later because they are more focused and they can get there. So that is a very good piece of what will come through. And we all need to know that if you have to renovate a building, it costs a fortune. And if you don't need the building, then lease it, sell it, use it for something else. It needs to be out of the system. And some have been mentioning 15 years. As I looked at your strategic plans, closers, changing of boundary lines, this has been needed for a long time. It's really good, board, that we're finally being forced to get this done. Maybe there was a reason we didn't pass that override. I don't know. But we need to know. And one last thing, whatever happens, you must vote. Not voting gives you no answer.
Thank you, Mrs. Todd. All right, that concludes our public comment. Azure, we don't have any more turned in for this item, right? Okay, I just want to make sure. I know Mrs. Bowles had actually asked, I believe, Mrs. Monica to be here this evening from the eCampus. So if you'd like to come up, we would love to hear what you have. So thank you.
Well, thank you and good evening, everyone. I'm the English Language Arts teacher at eCampus serving 6-8 for the last 5 years. With me today are my fellow teachers, Mrs. Rowland Science, Mrs. Datama Math, and unfortunately, Ms. Adachi had to leave. Together, we have over 85 years of experience and have been a team with eCampus since 2021. Why eCampus 6-8 is before the board? This presentation is intended to support informed decision-making regarding the future of eCampus grade 6-8. As the board considers budget pressures and school closures, It's critical to understand the unique role eCampus plays in serving those whose needs are not consistently met in a traditional environment. Families across Peoria rely on us during times of medical, emotional, and situational challenges. Over the past several years, eCampus K-8 has evolved into a dependable pathway for students looking for non-traditional format. Eliminating grades 6-8 would create the largest disruption to students and families who seek alternatives both inside and outside the district. This presentation frames eCampus 6-8 as a solution-oriented school that can be preserved through strategic restructuring and full elimination. Ultimately, this presentation asks the board to view eCampus 6-8 not as a liability, but as a strength and an asset. Student impact and emotional value, educational value. The eCampus 6-8 serves a diverse population of students who require flexibility and personalization to be successful academically and emotionally. Many enrolled students experience anxiety, bullying, medical conditions, and other challenges that make daily attendance in a traditional setting difficult or inconsistent. Others require a learning environment with fewer distractions. Thank you, Kylie. Sorry, now I want to speak. Others need the autonomy to remain engaged and focused. In addition, eCampus supports students who have been faced with disciplinary challenges or negative experiences in brick and mortar schools. eCampus Middle School serves as the bridge for student success before reaching high school. Removing 6-8 would disproportionately impact the valuable learners and the critical development stage, leaving families with limited district options. Preserving eCampus affirms the district commitment to inclusive education and acknowledges that student success does not reach one single model. Currently, we do have students that are co-enrolled in 6-8 and attending brick and mortar schools. These students take at least one core academic class with us. This utilization of eCampus becomes the academic scheduling conflicts, health needs, or student personal circumstances. Co-enrollment enhances the district-wide flexibility, supports student success, and prevents families from seeking external providers for individual needs. That demonstrates how eCampus complements rather than competes with in-person instruction. Expanding co-enrollment opportunities could strengthen the collaboration across campuses and position eCampus as a shared district resource rather than a separate entity. ESA and homebound instruction. eCampus is uniquely positioned to serve as a district-wide solution for homebound instruction. Many students who qualify for homebound services struggle to maintain consistent instructional access due to medical and situational barriers. eCampus already offers structured, standards-aligned coursework, live teacher, and regular communication, making it an ideal platform for these students. Rather than paying the additional costs and relying on temporary placements, leveraging eCampus students to deliver homebound instruction efficiently will help reduce cost and create a service hub for multiple student populations while strengthening the overall instructional capacity. Furthermore, the proper support and visibility. eCampus 6-8 has the potential to generate revenue rather than operate at a loss. Currently, the school is under-recognized in our free district communications. We have not been discussed in the Peoria Ed publications. On websites, we're not listed. Parent and student handbook and community outreach materials, the flyer that was sent. A clear, well-promoted identity could attract homeschool families and others utilizing the educational savings account funds. Importantly, eCampus Online is not limited to geographical boundaries, allowing Peoria Unified to reach across the state. Strategic showcasing of would position eCampus as a high-quality district alternative to charter and private online schools. Increased enrollment would offset operational costs while expanding the district's footprint and reputation. Recognizing and showcasing eCampus as a core offering is essential into unlocking the revenue potential. The district has already, I'm too far. Okay, sorry. The district has already identified the $21 million needed to address the 26-27 budget deficit. Given the context, eliminating eCampus K-8 at this stage may be premature. The school represents a relatively small portion of the overall expenditures while serving a unique and essential role. Engaging in deeper analysis and strategic restructuring allows the district to meet financial obligations without sacrificing the long-term enrollment stability and community trust. Through thoughtful planning, we ensure that the short term will eventually become a long-term success. Families in the Peoria Unified deserve access to diverse learning options that reflect the realities of modern education. Not every student thrives in a traditional classroom, and eCampus has been the lifeline for many families navigating medical, emotional, or situational changes. Removing grade 6-8 would significantly limit the district-based options and push families toward external providers. This is not only impacts enrollment, but it also weakens community and trust. Preserving 6-8 reinforces the decision of inclusivity, intervention, and family partnership. eCampus 6-8 is valuable. It's an adaptable school that supports the broader Peoria Unified community. Through strategic restructuring, efficient staffing, and intentional showcasing, the school can be preserved and strengthened while reducing cost. The recommendation outlines provide a responsible path forward that balances fiscal stewardship and the student opportunity. By choosing to preserve over elimination, the board affirms its commitment to intervention, equity, and long-term district vitality. Thank you for your continued dialogue and for your consideration and dedication to serving the students of Peoria Unified.
Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it. I'm going to go from board members if they have questions. I don't know if they want to direct it to who, and then we can kind of go that way. Mrs. Ewing, we'll start with you first.
First, I'm just going to ask a question to, I think it's Dr. Summers, yeah, or Dr. Hernandez, whichever. With regards to the Oakwood, we're looking at that option B. My question is, I know we have 17 students who have offered so that they want a letter of interest. For any other Oakwood students, would they still be considered priority? I know when students are coming in, because it does look like we have opportunity to take more enrollments, that when you consider those feeder schools, those are the schools that those students would take priority. Does Oakwood still take priority as well? Or do you understand my question?
Brooks, Mrs. Ewing, because Oakwood would be essentially the voluntary choice feeder into Cactus, the choice or open enrollment procedures would be what we would apply. So yes, in the sense that we would love for as many Oakwood families who make that choice to be afforded that one. And we also have to keep in perspective the open enrollment, choice enrollment steps that, as long as we have capacity, obviously we can do that. At some point in the future, if we're running up against capacity, we can certainly talk more about what the implications of a shift to that practice would be, considering that Oakwood is still identified as a choice or feeder pattern into Cactus at this point in time.
Okay, great, thank you. I'll pass that along, but that was my big question that I had. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Sprout, do you have any questions?
I just want to clarify, President Rooks, this is the time to discuss all of our things, and then so we can move through the action items quickly. Is that still the intention, or are we going to do discussion before each action item?
This was more of discussion, like this is your opportunity to kind of get everything out.
Okay,
so
perfect. I just wanted to make sure. Yes.
Yeah,
and
that's what Dr. Summers and I kind of worked on because we wanted to.
I think that was smart. I think it was smart. That way we could hear from all the community members, because some of these things are causal relationships, and so we need to kind of look at this holistically. I actually don't have a lot to say. We've really talked this to death, and I feel like I have every bit of information that I need to make this decision. Let me just say two things. I have a 7th grade girl. Our youngest is a 7th grade girl. And when I'm making decisions, I really try to go into it, like logically, I'm like, oh, probably that'll work. But then logically, I'm going to go into it asking myself, is this a situation I would put my own child in? And so my husband and I, when we went to the Cactus open house that Ms. Hammer hosted, I think we were kind of like, is this something we would do with our own child? And you guys, the level of opportunity for kids with this is so exciting. Like, this is such an exciting step for our district. And I think both my husband and myself left like, dang, wow, that was amazing. If you don't know Principal Hammer, if you walk on our campus, their theme is Ohana. And that is in every part of her campus. These kids are going to be so well cared for. Not only are they going to have additional opportunities, but they're going to become part of that existing culture that I think is just unmatched. Principal Hammer, you are a master at that. And I'm so excited for the possibility that is going to just exist for these students. So I understand, as the mom of a 7th grade girl, like, ooh, would I want her on campus? Like, the hallway that they're utilizing is with all the counselors. There's going to be extra hands. There's going to be so many eyes on these kids. And I think it is going to give these kids an opportunity to rise to the occasion and to get really excited about where they're moving forward to, not just in high school, but beyond high school, what the rest of their life looks like and how they want to structure that. So thank you to your staff, Mrs. Hammer. That was, I mean, the show quality of everything Cactus does is unmatched. It's like the Super Bowl every time you go there. But I'm just really, really excited for this, and I think this is a really important move for us to make. eCampus, I just wanted to give a few thoughts on that. During the study session, I was saying, hey, we need to consider, because it's not currently, it is not a financially viable program. I do think it has extraordinary potential. And I say that having, and I'm looking at Mr. Fryer, first of all, you're like looking like a proud parent for everyone that's getting up and speaking so positively about eCampus. But our daughter has been, I want to say since she was a freshman, has been co-enrolled in eCampus all through high school, because it's provided her a way to create an internship for herself, and she takes eCampus classes to afford herself the opportunity to continue on with some of her CTE endeavors. And so eCampus, I think, is largely untapped at this point. It is something I think that could have really exciting tie-in to ESAs, to homeschool families. I would love to see Miss Airy maybe we can work up a PR communication about the opportunities for over the summer. I know our kids have done over the summer classes, particularly with foreign languages. It's a great time to tackle a class or two that you may not want to take with the rest of your course load. And so I think that the idea of keeping 6-8 open and trying to revamp and then kind of come up with proof of concept of what we're going to do moving forward makes a lot of sense. And so thank you to all the parents who came out for eCampus, certainly Mr. Fryer and all of your staff. Thank you for the presentation. And again, it's a really exciting thing for an additional revenue stream, but as we keep talking about leaning into choice in education, which is really something in Arizona. Whether you agree with it or not, it's not going away. So we're going to lean into it, and we're going to provide every opportunity for our students. And I think that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. Thank you, President Ricks. First of all, eCampus, thank you for literally, I think, 24, maybe 48 hours notice. So thank you for coming and presenting after I received an email, several emails, I'll be honest, and even from students. I had to say, I don't have a full picture of what this is, so can you come and present? And then I'll just say it, they came with solutions and not problems. Go figure, that was amazing. And of course they did, because I know Mr. Fryer, he was my daughter's teacher, and I don't know if he knows this or not, but I put a shout out for him in our study session. I know who he is, and I know how he leads, and that's amazing. I am very disheartened to hear, because I didn't know, that we have not advertised the eCampus. I don't know what the disconnect is, but we've got to get on that yesterday. I say that, I'll quote Mr. Fryer, saying vision over fear. I'm a pioneer at heart. At least try. I won't go down that rabbit hole because I'll be there forever. I know, I see it in my own full-time job, how important it is to have an alternative, good system I'll leave that alone because there's a lot of really bad ones out there that are making a lot of money just making copies of papers. Let's be honest. I think everyone in the room knows that. So we are already there. It is the present. We got to figure out why we're not advertising eCampus. I have a few questions around eCampus that I don't know if we want to answer here or if you just want to send out an email and I can forward to the board or whatever. A couple of them being the transition away from IEPs that I've seen since 2014. Again, is a rabbit hole I won't go down, but it does frustrate me to a level that I won't go there. So help me to understand, or us to understand. I did hear, even in your presentation and through many emails, emotional, medically fragile, all of those components. Does eCampus have the support for those students that maybe they want to do eCampus, but really we need them to have some social skills? I'll speak as a behavior specialist. Not the social skills that have been propagated over the last 4 years, but real social skills that they don't need to be in front of a computer. They need to, in the real world work, it's teamwork, right? For the most part, except for those, crazy kids that, are influencers at 8th grade. And I know some of them. So SPED, I don't know how much you have as far as, are we testing these kids? Are they getting the support that way? That would be a concern of mine. Homebound, wow, that's a category that could cost us a pretty penny in our district, and I know what that means. I had colleagues that would do homebound on the side because child was, for whatever reason they needed homebound. So that's a big deal. But overall, I want to know from the staff, because I know you probably have the answers, and again, maybe not tonight. I want to know what your ideas are for advertising, and so that we can move forward as a board and as working with cabinet. If there are money savings, I don't remember which one, so I apologize. The whole reason that I was like, you just need to present, because they really did come up with solutions, and I want to know from your team, how can we save money? Now, from what little I know, teachers are more expensive than, not. And so, can we work that out? Can we slowly transition into building eCampus instead of, being in the red? I'm pretty sure you have some of those answers. I did read some of them in email. And then why is the cost so high? Is that correct, that it's because we have a teacher in every grade level? I apologize. I don't know your program well enough to, to have those answers, but I would love to see them. And then I did mention this in the study session, and I know this is a fact. ESA, charter schools, I won't go that way. Anyway, they typically do not stay open past 3rd to 5th grade-ish. There's more charter schools that are successful in the lower grades than in the upper grades. And so that's a no-brainer to me, to bring in students and then to be able to maneuver, I think, because again, I need to become a little more familiar with your program, in and out of eCampus and have that, that ability to do that. That to me, that's a no-brainer. Meaning it's not a separate online program that is just making copies for students and sending them to their, I don't know, to their homes, because that's really happening. They are actually Peoria students that can go through our programs. That's amazing to me. So thank you for presenting. I would like to have especially ideas on how to save that $28,000, 4 times per pupil. That's a big deal. And I know one of them is maybe the lower grades we don't do, but again, if you just send an email or anything like that, that would be helpful. And then speaking to
Ms. Bull, I just want to, so all of that information you just kind of want in a Friday report, Dr. Summers?
I think, for sake of time, I was just going to say, send an email. That way you guys, I didn't want to put you on the spot, name particular, I didn't want to put it, but yeah, anyway. An email would be fine. And I mean, an email from the staff and, going through Dr. Summers, that's fine. I just want to know from the people in the trenches what we need to do. That's what I really want. Okay. So can I move on to?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify. I'm sorry. Okay.
So an email from your staff with the same ideas and more from those questions that I asked. That would be great. So thank you again. Last minute presentation. I just happened to meet with a financial person that I look up to, and we were just doing lunch today, and she said that her kids go to a school in Gilbert called Gilbert Classic School. They do have 712 at their school. I'm like, wow, that's interesting. After talking to her, and it was really not in the plan at all, that wasn't why we met, I began to think about my own, and someone said it this evening, and I don't remember who, so I apologize. I was, date myself a little bit, but I was that student, was the only girl in Woods 1, Woods 2, which is why I know how to make garden beds that I mentioned earlier, and Metals 1, Metals 2, small gas engines, and all of that began in junior high. The opportunity that we have, and again, going back to this is a model that is already out there. Be ahead of that curve. To me, that's an amazing. I like to be in the lead. I like to win. I mean, let's be honest. And we are leading. Maybe we don't have all the answers, but I appreciate that our cabinet and board, but mainly our cabinet, coming up with, and all of you out there, coming up with those ideas and thinking outside the box is what we need. We need and setting our students up for success. So I was going to get on some other information, but I have a couple questions, and I know that some of you, we already got the answers to some of these, so they're a little rhetorical, but for those in the room and those that are listening, if we were to choose the pathway of not taking 7th and 8th graders from Oakwood, I want it to be super clear, will we have enough students for our 7th and 8th graders at Cactus High School to have sports and things that will be important to those students?
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, so based on the current projection of close to 300 students with a capacity of 350, yes, we are very confident in our ability to offer the full breadth of just about everything that we shared with you earlier relative to academics, extracurriculars, and then some. So, and we also envision, that's just our starting point. So that's just year one. So we're, again, as we're describing here, very confident that the program can continue to evolve, continue to grow, continue to meet the needs of students based on how all of that will be an ongoing plan. And obviously, the commitment from the district and from the schools will be to share that progress and highlight where their opportunities are for success, as well as how do we continue to solve different issues or problems that may present themselves. I should say more like challenges. So we see those challenges as opportunities, and yes, we're very committed to executing on the plan that you have seen in its full breadth this evening.
Thank you for that. I did miss one thing. I think it was in an email, to be honest. I think that's where I even got thinking, like, what did I do in junior high? That they're thinking back to those times. Miss Hammer's freaking amazing, and we'll get to that. But I remember looking up to the high school students, and I'll just speak for my own household. My son, the star football, Cobra football players, his sister looked up to him. She would wear his jersey, and at times people were like, "That's just weird. That's your brother." But he was someone to be looked up to. And I remember, I have a big family, remembering back, hey, I want to be in high school, I want to be cool, whatever. And to lead with a positive, Miss Hammer hit it on the head, no pun intended. That just blows my mind. Every time you present anything, it's quality and excellence. So with that said, I have, I don't know if you've received them, and it doesn't matter to me. I'm going to give to my board members a pin for every Cactus High School principal and assistant principal, Miss Perry and Mr. Seraphin, who we go way back, and Mr. Ellis and Miss Hammer. And we'd like to give you these Leading with Excellence pins. I'm not going to give one because I have one for somebody else that I'm going to give out. So this is Cactus Cobras. I'm a Cobra parent. I'll always be a Cobra parent. But Miss Hammer is oh, they're putting their shoes on. I told her in private, and I want everyone to hear this, and I know that our cabinet would agree, that during during graduation, there was talk behind the scenes of who are we going to have and what program are we going to follow for enunciating, and it was a no-brainer. It was Ms. Hammer because she always brings the excellence. So, yeah. I have a Peoria Leading with Excellence for Mr. Fryer, eCampus. That's the one I'm going to give out.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Bowles, for that awesome opportunity to honor our employees here this evening.
You're welcome. Thank you, President Rooks. And I am proud to be a Cobra, but I'm also proud to still be in this district and where we're headed. And, you know, they're uncharted, but hey, life is true. I taught my kids this, and it's true. Life is all about healthy risk. You're not going to take those risks sometimes if you're, you know, living in fear. But we're not going to do that. We're going to lead with vision, right? So thank you for that.
All right, Mr. Toby, do you have questions and comments?
Yes, thank you, President Rooks. I just want to say thank you to the administrators and the cabinet folks that I met with this last week to provide their perspective, their insights, pour into me a little bit more about what their perspectives are regarding all these changes that we're facing this last week. It's been a marathon this last week. It actually felt like a marathon this last year. But thank you again to those admin staff, principals, cabinet that I've spoken to this last week. I believe that we all have enough information to make the decisions we have to tonight. I did have a couple questions that I hadn't addressed yet, Dr. Summers. K4, how many students do we have enrolled in K4 eCampus?
President Ricks, Mr. Toby, if you'll allow me a moment. I think we have a presentation that's uploaded. I don't have the number right off the top of my head. Or Mr. Fryer, do you know right off the top of your head?
Changed a little bit in the last week. I would speculate somewhere around 35.
All right.
The answer is 35 for the microphone and analysts.
Final answer. It wasn't too long ago that we were all eCampus, right? And I think that having that as a resource catches our students when they meet challenges. I think that it offers opportunity for us to, as Mrs. Proudfit, you okay there? But thank you to Mrs. Bowles for providing an opportunity to have the board learn more about eCampus and some of the direction that, some of the vision for eCampus. Thank you for the hearkening back to the Nokia days. I still think Nokia's work now. They will forever work. But I do think that there's value in eCampus, and I do see, and as board members, that's one of our challenges. We try to have to see around corners and anticipate future needs of our district. And so I think eCampus has a place to provide that need. Whether it's advancing credits or whether it's, like I said, catching students when they are in need. And one of the touching moments of last year, attending the graduation for eCampus High School. So we've seen the benefit of eCampus, but that's a little bit of a data point that I appreciate the clarification on in the presentation. Other than that, I think between admin, cabinet, I have the rest of my answers from the questions I had before, so I'll give it over to President Rooks.
All right, thank you. So first, I just wanted to invite Mrs. Hammer back up because that, I wanted to sorry, Dr. Summers. I just wanted to say thank you for your presentation this evening, where you brought facts and data and percentages. That was awesome. That was what I felt like I needed to hear when you're making such a big decision like that, the weight on your shoulders and how you brought that forward. I appreciate it as a board member, but also as a mom. So thank you for that presentation. Was amazing. I could feel also your passion and your determination to speak to the families that are currently watching. So thank you. I appreciate it. I did just have one question regarding more so sports, the sports opportunities. I'm so excited to see how it goes. It's amazing. But what would it look like in regards to like the different areas that you have, like the schedules of like timing for renting the gym and the field and kind of all of that? Do you guys like have a plan for that, or?
President Rooks and governing board members, yes, we have discussed that.
Okay.
We are actually looking, we share Foothills Field behind us already, and so we would look at how we share those. And then a lot of the elementary sports are opposite how our high school sports are, so the facilities would be rotating that way for our kids. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right, that's great. Thank you. I just had that last question, but I appreciate everything you and your team has done, and to be here and be present. I appreciate it. And I'm feel so much better after that study session, because it's just really hard when you have a public hearing and then your brain just starts going and trying to jot down stuff. So I appreciate that very much. So I wanted to kind of talk about this. I wrote it down because when you start talking about the percentages and the data of the students at Cactus, I will say that for parents watching, my son last year was in 8th grade. He's now a freshman this year. But one of his friends for his 8th grade year went to one of the high schools for accelerated classes as an 8th grader. So we do those types of things. I was not aware of that. And when my son told me last year when he was 8th grade, I was like, wow, that is amazing. That is so great that we have students that are wanting to accelerate their learning at that high school level. But so I want parents to hear that is kind of already happening. And when that happens, the staff make sure that those kids are taken care of. And I feel like you are in it. You're going to take care of it. You're going to make sure. I could feel what Becky said, the Ohana. I can feel it.
Thank you.
I was going to mention the Cactus Robotics and Engineer. Absolutely. My husband was just here, but he left to go home for relieving our babysitter. But he, is in the engineer field. So that program, I'm just amazed by it. It's one of a kind that opens up the opportunities for our students in engineer fields. So thank you for that as well. Last, I just wanted to thank the eCampus, obviously, for coming and emailing. And I'm happy to hear those different ideas. Yes, thank you, Ms. Sammer. Sorry. So many thoughts in my brain. So thank you for the eCampus that came here, the parents, the student. That was wonderful to see a student here. You did a great job. The last thing I just kind of wanted to note on is I know that this is just the discussion item, but I know that the decisions that I make as a board member when we're talking about school closures and repurposing of Pioneer, Kachina, Canyon, and Foothills will be taking on, taking on that a responsibility. I understand that. I take that very seriously. I know that you have built communities for the last 30 plus years of these schools. I know that it's disheartening to hear it, having that discussion of school closures. And I just want to recognize that and the impact. I know that any decision that is made on school closures, repurposing, is going to be difficult because that's where you've been. That's your community has built there. And so I want families and staff at the schools to understand that I take it very seriously. And it's a hard decision. I've not slept great in the last week because I know that it's affecting kids and it's affecting people's lives. So last, I wanted to ask fellow board members if anybody has extra pins this evening, because I would really like to recognize our principals that have been coming to every meeting. Our Oakwood principal, Mrs. Bagwell, our Pioneer principal, I don't know if I see her, Mrs. Becky. She's right there. Mrs. Becky, I couldn't see. Our principal from Foothills, Ms. Sherry Stillman, Canyon Elementary, Mrs. Kristen, and our Kachina principal, Mrs. Steele, who I know made a big commitment this year from switching. And I just want to be able to recognize them if anybody has extra pins so that we can recognize those principals.
I have a bag right here. Also, other Principal Bagwell is in the hallway. I see his green shirt.
Okay.
He's also been coming.
Okay. I would like to recognize you guys for all of the hard work you've been doing, coming to these meetings, because I know they're very long, and I want to recognize you guys and your hard work. All right, we're coming back on. I know that's exciting, so sorry. We wanted to, okay.
President.
Yes, Mrs. Ewing.
Well, I just want to say, I didn't know that this was going to be, Ms. Proudfit is getting one more principal. I didn't realize we were doing all of our comments at this time, so I only asked a question and I didn't have a comment whatsoever.
Absolutely, yes, absolutely.
You were going to ask something, is that?
I was just going to, President Rooks, if I may, ask Mr. Serafin if he would ask Coach Feck, because I'm very curious of this, if he knows that the football players are doing yoga. That's all I wanted to know.
Okay, Mrs. Ewing, yes, please.
Thank you. So I just wanted to take us back a little bit. Some of this is echoing what my fellow board members have already said. But if we go back to the Grace Designs, and you don't need to pull it up or anything, but the Grace Designs presentation where they came in, they really took a look at our buildings to look at what is the capacity we can offer to all of our students and our buildings. What do the buildings offer to our students? What's our enrollment numbers? And they took all sorts of data to really look at how are we providing for students. And so as we, and the result of that is basically that our buildings and our campuses are only minimally or adequately providing capacity of what they could be providing for our students. And so that says to me that, which I think we've known for a long time, that we need to meet the moment and we do need to make changes. So the message is clear that we need to change our learning environments in the schools to better serve our students. So with this 7-12 model, we have the opportunity to provide a learning environment that offers greater capacity to our students. We have the opportunity to provide more diversified and optimized learning environments for students in that region of the district in a strategic way. I think that eCampus has an opportunity to provide that to our students. We've heard about innovation and making sure that our students continue to have opportunities. so I thank the district and all those who've worked on behalf of this, of how can we continue in an environment where we have to do cuts, how can we continue to provide opportunities for our students. The other thing is we got, when we talk about school closures, that we received an email from Mrs. Bathis. She forwarded on to us letters from 6th grade students. And one of the students, 6th grader, amazing, was able to, in one moment, talk about how she was excited about the opportunities that she had that would come to her and the new memories at Cactus. At the same time, she was talking about the loss and the sadness she feels about leaving Canyon. And I think that in this moment, it is possible to be excited about the opportunities and also be sad about the loss. Because with school closures, there, you know, with this with this possibility on the agenda, there is a sense of loss. And just like President Rooks said, we realize the weight of that. But this is what I can tell you, is looking out at all the principals in the room, I know that when every student walks into your building, I know that you make them feel welcoming, and I know that your team, you and your team, make sure that student has everything they need to learn. And I know that's consistent across all of our campuses. And I know that whatever happens at the end of tonight, I know that every student that walks into our doors is going to be welcomed, and they're going to be they're going to be provided a great educational opportunity, and that's because of our staff. It's not because of the walls. It's because of the people that are within them. So I like to think of it as moving a campus is akin to when you have to move from your childhood home, and that there's so many memories there. But it's the people that make it a home. So again, thank you to all of the staff, and thank you for making sure that every student that walks through your door is valued and loved and cared for and supported, and that I have full confidence in whatever the results are tonight, that we will continue to care for our kids within the Peoria Unified District. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ewing. If no further questions and comments, thank you, Dr. Summers, and to your team, Cabinet, for the presentation this evening. We are going to now move on to 7 action items. We did move the 7.11 to 7.1, the consideration and possible action to appoint an associate to the superintendent. Before we move forward with that, we do have one public comment, and that comes from Emily.
Good evening again, board and cabinet and community. I know that obviously making a decision like this with the timeline, the time crunch, had to be somewhat quick, somewhat rushed, I think a lot of people probably feel, but I understand wanting to have someone in place before contracts are out, I understand that. But I think from a community perspective, it seems like it's not as transparent possibly as it could be. I know that each board member was requested to provide 2 questions. I think just for some peace of mind, perhaps for community members, like if we could even have the interview questions provided so we know how individuals were being assessed, I think that would kind of ease, I know, my mind, since this position is going to help transition and possibly even be the interim superintendent at some point. So I really just, I don't know if you'd be willing to share what questions were asked, the assessment, since it was behind closed doors. And again, I understand the immediacy of needing to make a decision, but like that doesn't really look good. I mean, when decisions are made behind closed doors without transparency, I think there's pause, I think in the community, at least from people that I've spoken to. So I just encourage the board to be as transparent as possible with the expectations, since there is no certification or certificate required, just the reasoning, the questions, the expectation, what was discussed perhaps, just to ease our minds, because it is a very stressful time for parents, for families, for students. So I think the most transparency, or having transparency, is the best. And President Rooks, you talked about wanting transparency in processes. So I just encourage as much transparency as possible. Thank you.
That concludes our public comment on this line item. So I know it says presented by Susan Siegel, but I don't believe our board attorney is still here. So Mrs. Ewing, yes.
President Rooks, thank you. I was just going to suggest for clarity, before we make a motion on, I was going to read the bulleted responsibilities of this position, just so that our community can have clarity around that. If
Yes,
okay.
yeah, that
Okay.
is, yes.
All right, so what I wanted to let you guys, let the community know, and on behalf of the board, is when the email was sent out, it was sent out to all staff, and I just want to read to you the responsibilities that this person will help assist with, so that there's clarity around the role, because I know that we have used the title associate to the superintendent in a different way in the past. So this is how it was read in the email. It says, the associate to the superintendent will work in collaboration with cabinet and Dr. Summers through June or until an interim superintendent is appointed. The associate to the superintendent will assist with the responsibilities such as, so the first bullet point is attends and participates in governing board meetings, including preparing recommendations and supporting documentation for items needing board action. So the anticipation would be you would see that individual in the boardroom with us. The second bullet point is acts as a liaison between the district and community, ensuring collaboration between the community, the district, and the governing board. The third bullet point is they will consult with the superintendent for current and long-range planning for the district. The next bullet point is they will consult with the superintendent for school policies, plans, and programs, and assist the governing board in its duties of legislating the district. And then the next bullet point is they will make personnel recommendations to the governing board. The next bullet point is they will work with the superintendent to facilitate meetings with teachers and support staff to discuss matters of concern and to work proactively in improving the welfare of the district. And lastly, they will work in conjunction with the governing board to select an interim superintendent whose position will begin July 1st, 2026. So I'm just hoping by reading that to you, that offers some clarity on what this role is supposed to be, and that it is a short-term role. Now, certainly that's not meant to be all-encompassing, but at least it gives some sort of overall clarity to the role. So thank you.
Thank you. I know I will come to Mrs. Proudfoot to walk through that process that Clerk Proudfoot and myself, we did interviews all day Tuesday, a couple on Wednesday, and I wanted to kind of just clarify with Cabinet and Dr. Summers, if possible, with those questions that we had in our interviews, if it's possible, if maybe we could share that online with the community so that they can see how that process worked. I wanted to look to Ms. Talia Vicentainer to see if that is possible.
President Ricks, member of the board, it definitely is possible. We don't always publish our interview questions, in selection process, but if that's something you'd like us to do, we can make that.
Okay. I would just, yeah, that would be great, just so that the community can see the work that went into, Clerk Proudfoot and I with the interviews, and then obviously the entire board was able to send in questions as well. So I just wanted to clarify that as well. And then Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions or comments?
I just wanted to let the community know we had 8 total applicants. We ended up leaving the the letter of interest window open for 7 days after the study session. It was requested we leave it open. We had 8 total applicants. I went in, well, I'm just gonna be totally honest. There are days when I'm like, why in the world am I doing this? Like, this is the best / worst volunteer job I've ever had. And there were it's been a lot. It's been a lot for everybody and for all of us too. But as we were meeting with Ms. Vicentainer after the last of those applications, I was like, oh, I'm really glad I'm a board member again. You know, there's been a lot of resignations. We're going through a deeply transformative time, but I mean, knowing and having worked with Dr. Summers, it is a loss to lose him, but he would want us to be excited about the future of our district. And there is a lot to be excited about. There were incredible applicants. I think it was a joy to sit there, and we spent, 45 minutes to an hour with each of the applicants, just discussing everything you could think about in regards to our district. And I can say with 100% surety, we have amazing leaders in our district. Our leadership pool is even deeper than I knew that it was. And I am excited about our future. I feel like we are ready to meet the challenges that are in front of us. So I just wanted to say that every single applicant was completely amazing. And I think we as a board have a really good idea of where we're going and just the future that awaits us. And it's bright. It's going to be really bright.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
My only comment is this. The reason I was going to high five Miss Melissa over there is because she suggested that we don't make comments at this time. But apparently we're making comments at this time, but it's all good. I'm not going to make any comments. Well, yes, I will. I'll echo what she just said, and that is we unanimously, through the process that voters voted us in office to have, their concerns in mind as we are doing this process. But we unanimously around the table, yeah, it was amazing. So I don't want to say that I left a long comment because we, said we wouldn't.
Okay. Mr. Toby, do you have any comments or questions?
Same, really. We have an amazing talent pool, and meeting with these candidates was definitely refreshing and new ideas. Change equals opportunity, and I'm excited to have the opportunities that we have before our district come before, for us for a decision to make that implementation to ensure that we have the right people in the right places, and I think that we've done so. Thank you.
Yeah, I just also will say thank you to the 8 candidates that did submit interest, and it was great to meet everybody and hear the ideas, and I just want to say thank you to them because it was inspiring to kind of hear different ideas, and I just want to thank them for all that they're doing in our schools as well. So, and also thank you to Mrs. Talia Vicentainer because she and her team were helping us through that process. So I just want to say thank you to her as well and her team. All right.
President Ricks, if I may?
Yes.
I move to approve the appointment, I should have my glasses on, of Mr. LaDoucher to the position, doctor, she's correcting me, apologize. Dr. LaDoucher to the position of Associate to Superintendent effective tonight. And to authorize the board's attorney and our board president, as well as our chief personnel officer, sorry, I had to make sure I got that right, to execute the associate employment agreement.
Mrs. Tainer is reaching for her
Yeah,
mic.
sorry. I believe we were going to look for an effective date following
Monday.
spring break.
Yeah, that's why I hesitate. I'm like, I don't remember, but thank you. So Monday, the 23rd, is that the
Yes.
correct date? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
I will second.
Okay. I just want to make sure you got the verbiage of that, and I'll check it before. Thank you. And it was seconded by Mrs. Ewing.
Mrs. Vicentainer, could you please give me the effective date on that, please?
March 23rd.
Thank you. President Ricks, members of the board, thank you for your patience. I have moved to approve the appointment of Dr. LaDucer to the position of Associate to the Superintendent effective March 23rd, 2026, and to authorize the Governing Board President, Mrs. Susan Segal, and Mrs. Talia Vicentainer to meet with the candidate to negotiate the terms.
Yes, she said board president. Yes. Yep, yes, thank you, Talia. That is correct. And then whenever you're ready to run us through a voice vote, please.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
President Ricks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. And I do believe I see Dr. Ryan LaDucer in the lobby. If he would like to not be shy and come on up. I think the board wants to have you right here in public comment. Podium, yes. Welcome.
Thank you very much, everyone. So I'm looking forward to it and looking forward to the work we're going to do as a team and start moving forward on this. It's going to be awesome. So.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any comments for? Yes, Mrs. Ewing.
Not everyone in the district and in this room knows your qualifications and knows your abilities. So if you can just introduce yourself to all of us, that would be wonderful. All the folks in the room, we know who you are, but that would be great.
Sure. So my name is Dr. Ryan LaDucer. I come here with about 20 years of experience in public education, recently relocating to Arizona with my family about a year and a half ago in the community of Peoria. We have spent many years in the Department of Defense, moving around and all around the country and around the world, and so this is home for us now as we put our roots down here and looking to make a huge difference. As far as my background in public education, I have been an administrator for a lot of years, a consultant as well. I've done everything from curriculum design, teaching future teachers, college instructor as well, and so a lot of experiences that we're bringing to this, and I am super excited about being in a community where I'm staying with my family and making a huge difference, and I welcome that and look forward to taking ownership of that and making a big difference.
Thank you. Mrs. Proudfit, do you have anything you want to add?
I just want to say congratulations. It was a pleasure getting to know you in the interview process, and we just look forward to hearing all about the different ideas you have and being able to work with our awesome cabinet and taking our district to the next level. So thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any comments?
Ms. Ewing, said what I wanted to say for the most part, but congratulations first and foremost. And in the season that we're in as a district, I want our community to know that the decision was made based on where we're at as a district. The season that we're in, some don't recognize that season. That's, neither here nor there, but we do as a board, and I'm excited to see where we're headed. So thank you and congratulations.
Mr. Toby, any comments?
Yes, congratulations, Dr. Leducer. We look forward to our collaboration together. Thank you to all the candidates that put in, and thank you for stepping in the arena, because it's not very easy to put your name forward and to step into a role at a time such as this. And so thank you for being willing to step into the fire and to be able to lead this district with excellence. And I'm very confident that the selection that we made was correct. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Ryan Leducer. Sorry, I'm very bad at that with Dr. Hernandez and Dr. Summers. But I just wanted to say thank you for putting in your application and everything that you've worked on to be where you're at right now. And thank you also for your service to our country. I'm just really excited to see what you do, working with our cabinet and our superintendent, Dr. Summers. A lot of transitions, a lot of things happening at once, and I'm excited to see what you do. And I can see that you are a team player, and you're also a go-getter, and you will rally, I guess, the troops to move forward for our students and our staff and our families and our community. So I'm so happy, and congratulations again, Dr. Ryan Leducer.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
President Rooks, if I may.
Yes.
He's very humble in some of the things that he said, but he was also a Navy SEAL for a number of years. So I just had to say that.
And yes, thank you, Dr. Ryan.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I don't know if we want to just take a 5-minute break real quick before we jump into the other action items. I just want to check on my board. We're good? Okay. All right.
Don't give her 2 Celsius. I don't want to give her 2 Celsius.
seats. We are going to be moving on now from our recess. If you could please take your seats. Right. So we are now going to move on to, I believe it would be Azure 7.2 now, or 7. Okay. All right. So 7.1, consideration and approval of the closure of Kachina Elementary School and implementation of the proposed attendance boundary adjustment effective for the 2026-2027 school year.
President Ricks, if I may.
Yes.
I move to approve the closure of Kachina Elementary School and the implementation of an attendance boundary adjustment into Canyon Elementary School to be effective in the 26-27 school year.
I will second.
So Azure, we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And whenever you're ready to run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mr. Toby,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
President Ricks.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 7.2, consideration and approval of the closure of Pioneer Elementary School and implementation of the proposed attendance boundary adjustment effective for the 2026-2027 school year.
President Ricks, if I may.
Yes, Mrs. Bowles?
I move to approve the closure of Pioneer Elementary School and the implementation of an attendance boundary adjustment into Foothills Elementary School to be effective in the 26-27 school year.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And Azure, if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Ricks,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 7.3, consideration and approval of a proposed 7th through 12th grade configuration at Cactus High School effective for the 2026-2027 school year.
I move to approve the proposed reconfiguration of Cactus High School to a 7-12 grade model to include the incoming 7th and 8th grade students to be effective in the 2026-2027 school year.
And I'll second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Proudfit and seconded made by Mrs. Bowles. And if we could run through a voice vote, please, Azure.
Mr. Toby,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
President Ricks,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 7.4, consideration and approval of a proposed change to Oakwood Elementary School to designate it as a voluntary choice feeder school to the newly designated Cactus High School 7th through 12th grade model. And I just want, I guess, just clarification that it would just be voluntary. It's not required. Is that correct, Dr. Summers?
President Ricks, governing board members, yes, that would be precisely it. Any student or family who would choose for their student to attend Cactus High School would be making that choice voluntarily.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Summers. Board members, if no questions, comments?
Nope. I move to approve the recommended designation. Oh, sorry. I pulled up the wrong one. Oh, yes, I was right. I move to approve the recommended designation of Cactus High School 712 program as a voluntary choice option for Oakwood Elementary School 7th and 8th grade students, with Oakwood remaining a K-8 campus indefinitely.
And I'll second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Proudfit, seconded by Mrs. Bowles. And Azure, if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
President Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Toby.
Can I explain my vote, please?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, I actually I was going to try to substitute motion, the word indefinitely, just because it ties us into a permanent forever solution, and we don't know what the future holds. So that would be my, my no vote for this.
I'll second.
Hold on, Mrs. Bowles. Dr. Summers is gonna, you can't do second, you already, okay, Dr.
Well,
Summers.
President Ricks, Governing Board, I think the vote is passed. I just wanted to be clear that it is not intended to tie the board's hands forever, just for the time that you decide that it will be that. So you can always come back to the item in the future.
Okay, if we can just make sure that we record in the minutes, President Rooks, that this is not a forever, I know that the word indefinitely is in there, and I believe I understand the definition of indefinitely, but I just want to absolutely clear that this yes vote to make it optional, for me, doesn't tie our hands for future issues that might come up in the future of our district.
Dr. Summers again wants to answer, I think, so.
Yes, President Ricks, Mr. Tobey, Governing Board, we do want to just be clear, this was attorney-prescribed language that was consistent with the expectation that, again, you are not having your hands tied per se, but we appreciate the feedback, certainly can note it for the record, and just want to be clear that all of this language that you all have received on each of these items was attorney-reviewed.
So provided with that understanding, I'll be a yes.
Azure, I just want to make sure you were able to document all that in our minutes. Okay. So with that, the motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 7.5, phase discontinuation of the Peoria eCampus K-8 learning program.
I move to approve the phased discontinuation of the Peoria eCampus synchronous learning program as follows. Effective 26-27, discontinue the K-4 program, continue the 5-8 synchronous program. Effective 27-28, transition grades 5-8 program to an asynchronous model with courses developed during the 2026-2027 school year.
I will second. I will
President Ricks, if I may.
Yes, so there has been a motion and a second made, so you just are able to discuss that kind of motion, but yes.
Substitute.
Yeah.
Or substitute, yes.
I'm not, I guess I'll explain my vote, which I'm not sure what I'm voting yet. I don't think we have enough information fully to make this determination this evening.
Mrs. Bowles, if I may, this just closes K-4 and keeps 5-8 the same as this year and gives us an opportunity then to do what we were talking about, which is proof of concept to transition. And again, it can be revisited at any time.
Right, that I understand. The discontinuing of K-4 in 2026 and 27 is I don't really know what to say other than I don't feel like we have enough information to make that decision. But while I would agree with the 27-28 transitioning 5th through 8th, actually, let me reword that. 26-27, keeping 5 through 8, yes, and even into 27-28, I don't know about, I mean, am I wrong? Do we have enough information to make the decision to shut down K through 4 now, right now, in 26-27?
Mrs. Bowles, maybe we can ask the question, are there some additional items that maybe Dr. Summers could provide on the why they were recommending the closure of the K-4 and how they came to that, just as a reminder for the board? Would that be helpful before we actually go on and vote? Because since this has already been motioned, that means we have an opportunity to discuss it. So you could just have Dr. Summers or Dr. Hernandez or whichever expert in the room wants to talk on it about why there was the decision to close the K-4 portion of it.
Thank you, Ms. Ewing, but I don't need additional information. I know the information has to do with money, and While I agree we need to save money, I don't feel as a board member that we have enough for the K-4 to shut that program down right now. Meaning like now, maybe the beginning of 27, we have this conversation again, meaning July, because that's when our school year begins. I don't know,
Yes,
President
Mr.
Riggs, if
Tobey.
I may. Yeah, in support of my fellow board member here, if there is a desire to have this, maybe the substitute motion is to table for this meeting, because we just had a presentation tonight that I saw for the first time. So if there is an opportunity for eCampus to be self-generating, to provide these options that were discussed tonight, I would like that brought forward as well. So maybe a substitute motion to table just for this evening.
I will withdraw
Thank you,
my-
I will second that.
Okay, I was gonna say I withdraw my motion.
Okay. All right, so as we're having a substitute motion. Mrs. Proudfit also rescinded her motion. Yes, Mrs. Ewing.
Before we go on and vote for that, I see Cabinet over here talking. I just want to make sure that as far as for staffing and any of those other items, so I just want to make sure that this doesn't create any sort of problems in terms of contracts and all of that type.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, we have enough capacity at this point that we can move forward with the contracts that we have listed tonight. And if we come to a situation in the future, we can bring it back for board action.
Okay. Was there any other items, Danielle and you? I saw you all talking over there, and I know sometimes we've went to a vote before, and you all have wanted to bring up a factor that we hadn't considered. So just want to make sure that we're working in collaboration with you.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, our chatter over here was just relative to housekeeping, Robert's rules. Just if you have a motion and a second, you do need to take action on that motion and second before a new motion may be introduced.
Okay, thank you.
I can follow through on my substitute motion.
Okay.
If that's the cleanest way to do it. My substitute motion is to table item 7.5 for a future board meeting.
May
I
it
think-
be, I'm just
I
seeing them
think what
whisper
they're
over there.
saying is we need to
amending-
finish the first
amending.
motion.
We've amended motions before, though, so that's just what I'm clarifying here. If he can amend the motion, not substitute, but
President
amend.
Rooks, it's cleanest if the original member who brought forth the original motion substituted their motion. But if there is a motion and a second, then technically that motion can't necessarily be substituted by another member, if that makes sense. So that would be now, at the same time, I know that Robert's rules can sometimes bend a little bit. So President Rooks, it's really up to where you want to honor what motion is coming forward. We're obviously willing to support whatever you all decide.
Okay. Well, I just know in the past on other votes that have occurred, we've done amended motions. We've used the word amended to the motion. So that's why I was just trying to clarify on that.
Yeah, and President Rooks, from that perspective, usually the amendment is just a modification to the language itself, not a substantial change to the original motion that's on the floor, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So in this case, if you do not want the motion to be recognized originally made by Member Proudfit, then Member Proudfit does have the ability to withdraw that motion.
She did withdraw it.
Oh, okay.
Yes, she withdrew that motion.
So in that case, I believe Mr. Tobey's motion isn't necessarily even a substitute. It would just be the motion to table.
Go for it.
All right. Azure, I just want to make sure you were able to hear that Mrs. Proudfit rescinded her motion, and then we'll move on with, I guess, Mr. Tobey.
All
Yes,
right.
and
A motion to table 7.5 regarding eCampus closure for a future board meeting.
I'll second.
I'm just clarifying with Azure that she was able to recognize that. And we'll give her a few minutes.
President Rooks, I have the motion by Mr. Tobey. Could you please repeat who the second was made by?
Yes, Mrs. Bowles?
Thank you. Are we ready for a voice vote?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Tobey?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. We will now move on to 7.6, fiscal year 27, school safety program grant applications, board direction on campus eligibility. We do have public comment tied to this line item, but Dr. Summers, I don't know if you want to take it off with us.
Sure. President Ricks, governing board members, this item, at the request of one of our board members, is brought forward this evening to provide an opportunity for the governing board to provide direction specific to the upcoming fiscal year 27 school safety program grant in accordance with ARS 15-154 and corresponding ADE requirements. I'm just going to read the background language for the record, President Ricks, if that's okay, and then I know you do have public comment, and we'll certainly be able to respond to any questions that the board may have. So the school safety program grant, again, ARS 15-154, does provide funding for school resource officers, juvenile probation officers, school safety officers, school counselors, and school social workers. This is a site-based application, meaning individual school campuses apply based on identified safety needs, and the application deadline that we are working with currently is April 15 of 2026. So there have been some questions that have been raised regarding the types of positions Peoria Unified Campuses may be eligible to apply for under this grant. So essentially the item is being brought forward to provide the governing board the opportunity to establish direction on the following. And I know there may be other corresponding questions, but for your consideration this evening, should campuses be authorized to apply for any eligible position under the grant consistent with ARS 15-154 and ADE requirements? Corresponding question, should the governing board establish parameters around which position type campuses may apply for? At this time, district leadership is recommending the ability to authorize campuses to apply in accordance with state statute and ADE requirements, and we stand ready to receive your feedback consistent with what this item allows the governing board to provide direction on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. So we do have public comment on this line item. So our first public comment comes from Raylan.
Good evening, President Rooks, board members, Dr. Summers, and community. My name is Raylan, and I come as a previous student of Sun Valley Elementary School to speak on why you should vote to keep our social workers in school. I personally had a social worker that not only showed what it meant to be a social worker by always listening to students, supporting us when we were struggling, and making sure everyone felt seen and heard, but she also was an active member on campus by coaching girls basketball, girls volleyball, always smiling and putting a smile on children's face, by volunteering at after-school events, and running their Catch a Breath program to prevent students from vaping or other illegal substances. I stand by the fact that every student should have one safe adult to talk to at school, and for most of the kids at our school, it was our social worker. She was able to support everyone with kindness, confidence, and respect. People like her are the reason students like me feel supported at school. I truly believe Sun Valley is a better place because of her, and I hope you consider how much she means to many students she has helped. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me and considering the impact she has had on students like me.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Angel.
President Ricks, if I may. I am wondering if this is tied to that line item.
Yes, it is. Yep. School safety grant, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Is there an Angel here?
Good evening, President Rooks, Clerk Proudfit, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and community. My name is Angel, and I'm speaking tonight as a parent, a district employee, and someone who grew up in this community. I wanted to share personal perspective about the support roles within our schools and the impact they have on students and families. My children went through a very difficult time after experiencing a major family tragedy. During that time, the person serving in this role at their school became an incredible support for them. She helped my daughter specifically work through what she was feeling, coached her through difficult moments, and gave her tools to manage those emotions so she could continue showing up and being successful at school. As a parent, knowing there was someone at school who understood how to support students through these moments made all the difference for our family. We were in constant communication, provided opportunities to collaborate and work together, and knowing there was a team behind her ensured her success. Because of the support she received, she was able to finish middle school with high honor roll all 4 quarters. She was an avid member, receiving a recognition award and a scholarship for high school, and she became student council president, and you just heard her speak. I know these accomplishments were made because of the work she put in meeting her goals that were established. As her mom, I saw her confidence blossom with each step. My children are not the exception. Students carry far more weight than we know. Sometimes they're carrying grief, stress, trauma, or challenges that make learning difficult. Having someone in this role who can support students through those experiences help them stay connected to school and continue moving forward. We need this. I needed it as a parent, and our community needs it. I can't imagine a world in which my children did not receive this support, and I do not want to imagine a classroom where that support is not available to every student. From both my perspective as a parent and now someone who works in this district, I believe this support role has a meaningful impact on students and families in our community. Thank you for your time and for considering the community perspective.
Next public comment comes from Christina.
Good evening, Governing Board, District Leadership, staff, and community. I want to start by saying I am the proud principal of Cotton Bowl Elementary, but I'm also a proud Peoria Unified veteran, teacher, classroom assistant, assistant principal, instructional coach, and principal. There was a period in our district history when schools operated with a broader scope of support. As a teacher during that time, I remember how grateful I was to collaborate with my intervention specialist. They allowed me to focus on instruction while knowing my students had consistent support from that specialist. As a principal, I am less concerned about student support staff titles, and I'm invested in a collaborative model to support my student body. 3 years ago, I worked closely with my school social worker, who became a part of my guiding coalition. Together, we built a comprehensive school-wide student support system designed to create a safe and calm campus, holding students and adults responsible to consistent expectations. A key part of that work involved helping our staff consistently model relational and regulated responses so that students could problem solve and they could interact safely with each other and adults on campus. She helped me establish bulldog pride in our students, who now recite our expectations, quickly communicate their mistakes, and try to resolve and repair in the moment. She partnered with me to establish a structured truancy support system that focused on helping students and families overcome barriers to attendance, including her work with our McKinney-Vento liaison. The results were measurable. Through that collaboration, our school improved significantly on the TSI rubric, and we were able to remove that designation. I could not have done that work without her leadership, and I feel the loss of her collaboration on my team every day this year. In addition, principals are responsible for responding to crises and trauma when they arise, but some of those situations fall out of the scope of our professional credentials, yet they remain our responsibility to manage. Strong schools rely on comprehensive teams and expertise. Our school liaison officers are an essential part of that team, and I deeply respect the work they do. But a trained social worker for schools serves a different and equally key role to stabilize your students, families, and the school climate. Arizona laws like ARS 15154 recognize that schools are best suited to determine where needs exist within their communities. Our community is asking for this support through site council feedback and parent requests over the phone, emails, when they are enrolling in our schools.
I apologize, the time is up.
Thank you. I just have one more thing to say. I tell my students every time, every day, something happens, whether they make a mistake, someone gets hurt, they hurt someone else. It's my job to keep you safe, and it's your job to help me keep you safe. So I'm asking you to help me lead this charge.
Next public comment comes from Lynn.
Good evening, President Rooks, Clerk Proudfoot, members of the board, Dr. Summers, and cabinet members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. Across the country, and increasingly in our own schools, we are seeing a significant rise in mental health concerns among children and adolescents. According to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, 1 in 5 children experience mental health disorders each year. And anxiety has become one of the most common challenges affecting students today. There are many factors contributing to this rise in anxiety, including academic pressure, social expectations, family stress, and world events. One example researchers are closely examining is the growing amount of time children spend on electronic devices. The American Academy of Pediatrics reports that young people now spend 7 to 9 hours per day on screens outside of schoolwork. While technology has many benefits, excessive screen use can contribute to sleep disruption, cyberbullying, social comparison, and reduced face-to-face interaction. These challenges often appear in the classroom. Students struggling with anxiety may have difficulty concentrating, managing emotions, completing assignments, or even attending school. When emotional distress becomes a barrier to learning, schools must be prepared to respond. This is where school social workers play a vital role. School social workers help students build coping skills, manage anxiety, navigate peer conflict, and address family stress. They collaborate with teachers, support family, and connect students with community resources. We see the impact of school social workers every day. One day, a student was afraid to come to school. Our social worker met him in the front office each morning and sat with him while he cried as his mom left. After 6 weeks, he was able to enter the school calmly and walk to class with a peer. Our school social worker also supports students returning from inpatient care, helps students develop safer ways to cope with their emotional pain rather than cutting, and facilitates peer groups that reduce conflict and build healthy relationships. When students receive mental health support they need, we often see improvements not only in emotional well-being, but also in attendance, behavior, and academic engagement. When we invest in school social workers, we are investing in student success, stronger classrooms, and healthier future for our schools.
I apologize, the time is up.
Thank you for your time and continued commitment to the well-being of every child in our district.
Next public comment comes from Antoinette. Is it Faye? Okay.
Good evening, President Rooks, Clerk Proudfoot, members of the board, Dr. Summers, and cabinet. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I come before you to ask you to vote to allow schools to reapply for the school safety grant so we can keep our social workers. Our community needs these staff members. Our kids and families need these staff members. The work they do goes way beyond the social worker realm. The job they do is so different in the school setting than in other areas. These dedicated professionals help at school events, they coach sports, they meet with families at conferences, they help provide support and prevent chronic absenteeism. They connect families to resources like food, clothing, backpacks, and school supplies. And our students and their parents have come to rely on these staff members. Our vision states, every student, every day prepared to shape tomorrow. And these staff members help ensure that every student is known and supported so they can be prepared for tomorrow. Our strategic plan calls for safe and welcoming schools, and these caring people make sure our schools are places that our kids want to be. So please vote to allow schools to reapply for this grant so we can keep these amazing people that support our families and our kids every day. Thank you for your time and your service to our community. We really do appreciate you taking the time to listen to us.
Next public comment comes from Christy Garrison.
Hi there. Good evening. My name's Christy Garrison. I am a Peoria Unified parent of 2 elementary age kids, and I'm the wife of a Pride of Peoria winning teacher. And I'm also an educator myself. I have been a high school social worker in the Valley for 23, this is my 24th year. And March is Social Worker Month, National Social Worker Month. So I wanted to come tonight and ask you to give the principals the autonomy to be able to apply and staff the school safety grant per the needs of their campus and the community. This is important to me and our school community. Before I share why it matters, I want to present to you 30 letters, over 30 letters from students at Sun Valley who couldn't be here tonight, it's past their bedtime, to be able to speak up for their beloved social worker, Ms. Trout. So with your permission, when I'm done, I'd like to approach and give this to you if that would be appropriate. But I do want to share why, as a parent, it's really important to me and why I care so deeply about my kids having a social worker in their school. Number one, school social workers help keep campuses safe by building community through bully prevention, early identification, and intervention for struggling students. When I walk the halls of Sun Valley, I feel the positive climate, and as you can see in all of these letters, the kids know their social worker by name and they love her. Number two, school social workers help with teacher retention. Our reality is that kids and teens are experiencing high levels of mental health concerns. When campuses don't have school social workers, that responsibility falls to other staff members, including our classroom teachers. Stopping instruction to have to address social, emotional, or behavioral concerns of a few students distracts from the instruction and detracts from all student learning. And number three, I just want you to know that school social workers literally save lives every day. But you have to know, you're not gonna see, like I remember when the arts, my husband's in the arts, and all the people came. That's not gonna happen with the families. We have a few brave, but we're not gonna see those hundreds of people coming because a school social worker would never ask a family to publicly out themselves for needing that help and support. We're confidential. And so a parent may not feel comfortable saying that their kid was in crisis or that they needed social work services. So even if you don't see them at the podium, I'm here on their behalf to tell you that social workers are saving kids' lives every day. So in closing, I want to also reassure the board. As a school social worker myself, each of us answers to a licensing board to ensure that we adhere to strict professional ethics. And to that end, I want you to know that our goal is to partner with parents first and foremost. We know that we are only in a student's lives for a really brief amount of time. And so for them to truly thrive, we need to support and strengthen families, and we serve them by helping them connect with community resources that align with their values, not ours. So this parent partnership and the trust that we establish is what benefits, and it's essential to the long-term health of the students that we want to support. So again, please vote tonight to give principals the autonomy to hire social workers if that meets the needs of their school community. Thank you very much for your time. And may I approach to give the letters?
Yes, yeah.
Yes? Okay.
Our secretary will take them. Yeah, thank you. Next public comment comes from Abigail.
Good evening. I am Abigail Wallace in Sun Valley Elementary School, and I am in 8th grade. The title social worker, people may think that it is somebody who you can go talk to, but it is way more than that. My social worker, Mrs. Trout, saved me. She isn't some therapist. She is the reason I can go a day without crying, but smiling instead. And every day, she fixed my yesterday, my today, and my tomorrow. I think about her during the weekend. There's many students out there that aren't safe everywhere. They may not have a safe home, or walking to home may be hard for them, or sometimes school is also hard for them as well. But with having one extra person, an adult that can help you, really impacts a student's life. I was not in a safe home, and I did not know how to speak up. Mrs. Trout helped me, not only mentally, but physically. She is the reason I'm here today. And many students have gone through similar things, and Mrs. Trout is the reason why that they can go a day without crying but smiling instead as well. For Peoria District, many students need an extra person because they feel like they have nobody. But Mrs. Trout made me feel like I had somebody when I had nobody. She made me feel like somebody when I felt like nobody. And having that extra person in my life I can go to, her giving me a safe room, or being able to talk without feeling judged, it really helped me. That's why I'm here today. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Leslie.
Hello. I have a child that goes to Country Meadows and Callis, and I'm a member of the site council and PTSO at Callis. Country Meadows is a Title I school, and we have children from all walks of life and many students that live in poverty with very hardworking parents. Mental health has long been misunderstood, and people are finally realizing its importance. However, our society has a lack of trained mental health professionals. In fact, the closest mental health professional to Country Meadows is approximately about 20 minutes away per a quick Google search. Couple that with the average Phoenix work area commute of approximately 30 minutes, picking your child up from school, you're looking at over an hour of time. Not to mention how long the appointment is for your child to talk to someone. Paid time off is a luxury for many people, and not everybody is able to use it on a weekly basis for mental health appointments. However, if the parents provide consent, their child should be able to talk to a mental health professional at their school, or a social worker at their school. Mental health issues can be an urgent situation, and having that social worker on site can help that child in that moment and can help, eliminate issues, or at least bring them back down to a manageable level. And when at-risk children have easy access to mental health professional, the entire school benefits. You have less interruptions in the school day, more camaraderie with the school itself, because they're not seen as a problem child by other people at the school. And you also have higher teacher retention. Teachers feel that they're supported and they're able to take care of their kids easier in the entire class instead of having to focus on potentially one child. Our current social worker at Country Meadows is amazing. She has had a great support. She's had a lot of very positive impact on our school and is there for a lot of different things that the school has. However, she's leaving this year. I don't know why. I would assume that it's probably because of the lack of support that they've seen from the board and the idea that social workers are not important. And the other thing is that I do feel that our schools should be able to make the decision whether they want to, to decide where the highest need is and to allocate accordingly per ARS 15-154. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Emily. Sorry, Emily Santorin. Yeah. Santorin, okay.
Yes. Good evening again, board and cabinet community. My name's Emily Saturn. And yeah, I know I've talked about social workers in the past. I was actually going to open with the fun fact that it is National Social Work Month, since I'm a social worker, so I know that fact, and now everyone else does. But I think by and far, social workers provide so many services. They connect families to resources. They provide in-the-moment assistance, support to kids who might be having anxiety. I shared before that my daughter benefited from the social worker at her school, and I can tell you she was devastated to start school this year without her there. And I also shared, I think last board meeting, that her friends now are trying to help each other, which I think is a beautiful thing, right, for peers to help each other, but they're not adults, they're in 8th grade. Thankfully, my daughter has me to bounce things off of and takes my advice sometimes. But it's sad that I look at her text exchange with her friends to see what they're going through. And as people mentioned, not every student has a trusted adult at home. And social workers can provide that, or can point kids in the right direction, can help families. I definitely think that, we talked about grant funding in the past, and I know that's one reason why social workers weren't funded, because it was grants, but we know that we need money where we can get it, right? And we're looking at grants. So definitely support this grant. And furthermore, principals and vice principals, they all showed up. So many showed up tonight. They know what their school needs. They know what their students need. I know that you all go to schools, you visit, you can see what's going on, but you're not there day to day. I'm not either. So definitely letting principals and vice principals, and even perhaps leadership at the district who are involved, more involved, I should say, help make those decisions. I think it definitely should be the school's decision, who they need, where they need it, because we don't know what they see day to day. So I definitely encourage you, approve this, and again, give the principals, give the vice principals the autonomy to make decisions that will best fit and meet their students' and families' needs. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Josh Rawlings.
Good evening, Superintendent Summers, President Rooks, and members of the board. I stand before you this evening as the principal of Santa Fe Elementary School, home of Spanish immersion, and a founding member of the Noteworthy Nine. As you prepare to consider on item 7.6, I ask that you consider the impact our school social workers have on our students and our community. As leaders of education, it is our job, yours and mine, to ensure the safety of our students and educate them to be tomorrow's leaders. Every student, every day, prepare to shape tomorrow. Over the past 4 years, I have had the privilege of working with a school social worker, then they have had a direct impact on this vision. I mentioned the Noteworthy Nine because I know results matter. Recently, we at Santa Fe had the distinction of working out of comprehensive school improvement status. This was a heavy lift, and my school social worker played a huge role in accomplishing this task. Whether through helping connect with students to reduce absenteeism, or helping safeguard instructional minutes for teachers by providing students in need with a break and a reset, my social worker had a direct effect on the work we accomplished. This year alone, my assistant principal and I have completed over 120 classroom walkthroughs, provided coaching, feedback, and insight to our teachers as they drive our students to achieve more. This feat would not be possible without my social worker. Every student, every day, prepare to shape tomorrow. This is a position that is well respected and deeply valued within my community. Many times parents will come to our school seeking a meeting with Ms. K, our social worker. That's the fantastic part about this position. It strengthens the connection and relationship between my parents and our school. My site council and my PTSA both see the value in having this position on campus and support its continued role. Now, I understand that part of the SSP grant is the option for schools to seek either a social worker or a school resource officer. And if given the funding capacity, I would love to have both. But we at Santa Fe have a strong relationship with Peoria Police. Officer Kinney, Officer Del Sol, Officer Smith are regulars who are well known and respected in our community. And their ability to respond at a moment's notice is admirable and invaluable. but the skill set of our social workers reaches another facet for students in providing for their safety. My school social worker has helped a crying student find solace, an anxious child find calm, a homeless mother of 3 find a roof over their head and clean sheets on their beds. I still remember the look of pure joy and elation on a first grade girl's face and a picture sent by her mother, thanking my social worker for helping them find a place to sleep that wasn't the back of their car. Every student, every day, prepared to shape tomorrow. As you prepare to vote on item 7.6, please consider all these talking points as you decide on the pathway forward for our schools and their ability and autonomy to seek a school social worker position through the SSP grant, if that's the direction they need. With the recent revision of the licensure requirements for school social workers, the current group working in our schools are some of the most talented individuals we've had since the inception of this grant program. We've long provided ourselves in Peoria at attracting the best and brightest. Let's not let them slip through our fingers. Every student, every day, prepare to shape tomorrow.
Next public comment comes from Jennifer C.
Good evening, President Rooks, Clerk Proudfit, members of the board, cabinet, guests. I'm here tonight asking you, just like I was last year, to please allow our district administrators to apply for the school safety program grant so that we can renew contracts for our campus social workers. Our campus got an SRO because of the grants last year, and our SRO is great. I eat lunch with her often. And our current social worker is still hopping around campus constantly busy because they have different roles and they meet different needs for every student on our campus. As a parent and as a teacher, I've witnessed firsthand the tools and support our social workers provide our students through various circumstances to ensure their daily attendance, growth, and academic success. At this time, there's no legislation at the state nor the federal level that should impede our renewal of social worker contracts. As we have discussed earlier this evening, our district is facing over $21 million in cuts that will remove dedicated educators and support staff across the district. The reality of education in America is that funding for numerous positions, programs, and research programs comes from grants. It's the way our society works. Our social workers are educated, professional members of our community who bring expertise in keeping our students and our campuses safe. They allow learning to continue on in classrooms across the district, and we cannot afford to lose more staff and support than we already are in the season. Please utilize the grants available to PUSD and renew social worker grants. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Bridget Stockwell.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, and cabinet. My name is Bridget Stockwell, and I am the proud principal at Country Meadows Elementary School. I've been serving in Peoria Unified School District for 22 years, teacher, assistant principal, also a parent to an 8th grader. A school social worker, regardless of the title that we call it, really fills a critical gap in student support. They're often the first point of contact when a student's in crisis, when a family is struggling, or when a situation requires immediate, skilled intervention. I right now am being the voice for my community tonight. Our site council, our parent groups, our staff have all voiced strong support for this role to continue. Families have been clear. They want this resource. They need this resource, and they see the difference that it makes. So many times when I make calls to inform families about some incident that occurs on our campus, they ask me, is there a counselor or a social worker that my kid can talk to? Earlier this year, we had a student who arrived at school visibly distressed, shaking, unable to speak, clearly in crisis. Teacher was concerned, but unaware of how to proceed, so that's when our social worker stepped in immediately. They had the training to de-escalate the situation safely. Within minutes, the student was calm enough to talk. Within an hour, the family was connected to outside services. And because of that intervention, that student remained safe, supported, and able to return to class the next day. This is the impact that we're talking about. For us, the need is clear. We need a trained professional who can respond to student crisis student health needs, and coordinate with families and outside agencies. I also want to acknowledge something important, that signed consent is still a non-negotiable. We respect families, and this role doesn't replace parents, it partners with them. We've built community partnerships. Our social worker has worked with Councilmember Danette Dunn, the Heart Pantry, the Lions Club, to create a pantry of our own at Country Meadows to help feed our families. Arizona law, as you guys know, ARS 15-154, recognizes that the schools know their safety needs best. And for us, this role fills the need that no other position that we have covers. Yes, we value our SLOs, and that grant supports them, but this work is different. From an administrative perspective, I'm going to talk faster. I need to be honest with you guys. Without this role, crisis response falls on me, and it falls on very few people who are not clinically trained. That's a liability. So our families are asking for this. We need safety and stability, and we need the grant funding because, as you guys know, the grant is going to help us with our limited funding for next year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Blake.
Good evening, Board President, Clerk, and Board members. My name is Blake Trout, and I am speaking on behalf of my wife, Kate Trout, who is the social worker at Sun Valley Elementary School. I intended to open with, if I wasn't going to gas up my wife, then who would? But you have already heard that. From the day that I first met Miss Trout over 8 years ago, she knew exactly what she wanted to do with her life. I use the word life instead of career because to Miss Trout, being a social worker is her life and not just her 9-to-5 job. This is her calling, it is her passion. She has always known that she was meant to be here and she was meant to love and support these kids. To say that Ms. Trout has been a valuable staff member and resource to Sun Valley would be a gross understatement. For the past 3 years, Ms. Trout has poured her heart and soul into the school and the kids that have attended it. Ms. Trout has made a lasting impact on every single student that has walked through those doors, especially those who were lucky enough to see her on a regular basis, whether that be through sessions or being a member of her sports team. Ms. Trout would constantly go above and beyond to make these kids feel seen and loved, including going as so far as to write each one of them a handwritten Valentine's card, over 800, to make sure that no one went without having one that day. The possibility that Ms. Trout might have to leave Sun Valley has been truly devastating to the staff of the school, as well as Ms. Trout herself, as well as the kids. All she wants to do is be at the school and continue to love and serve the school as she has so faithfully for the past 3 years. Look at all the people who have been here and come to advocate for her and the work that she has done and the work that the social workers in the district have done like her, in an attempt to sway your decision to allow her to stay and apply for this grant. It is not very often that you encounter someone as smart, as driven, as caring, and as kind and as empathetic as Miss Trout. And less often that this person wants to spend their days serving and loving elementary school kids. You often say that you are not the feel-good board, but what I hope is that you are the do the right thing board by keeping Ms. Trout and allowing schools to apply for this grant and determine their own needs. Sun Valley staff wants her to be here. The school is a better place when she is there, and everybody who has met her has felt the pleasure of her. Ms. Trout wants to be here. With every bone in her body, she wants to be here. The kids want her there. You received a stack of letters telling you how much they want her to be there. So ultimately the question becomes, why wouldn't you want her to be here? And why wouldn't the schools be allowed to allow her to be here? Thank you for your time.
Next public comment comes from Emily. The other Emily, yes.
My name is Emily. I'm a parent from Sun Valley and member of their site council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'd like to share my support for allowing campuses to apply for any of the eligible positions under the Arizona Department of Education's School Safety Program grant that they see fit. School safety is important to every parent, and I believe safety includes both physical security and student well-being. Roles like school resource officers, school counselors, and school social workers are crucial roles. The unseen impact of these roles filters down to every student in the classroom. When students who are going through a challenging time have the support they need, they are better equipped through the day, they are less of a distraction, and the benefits reach every student, not just the student receiving direct support from SROs, counselors, or social workers. Because this grant is site-based, each campus should be able to identify the type of support that best meets the needs of their students. What works best for one school might not be the same for another. The principals and school leaders closest to the students are best positioned to identify what type of support will make the greatest impact on their campus. With the other budgetary cuts, this seems like a fantastic opportunity for sites to take the time to think about their individual school needs and research and apply for this grant to fund the roles they need the most. For that reason, I encourage the board to allow campuses the flexibility to apply in accordance with state statute and ADE requirements. I encourage you as well as a board to take note that the vast majority of the public comments heard tonight on this item are from South Peoria schools. The support of allowing these sites autonomy in this decision is appreciated. Thank you for your time and your service to our students and families.
Next public comment comes from Jaden.
Good evening, President Rooks, Clerk Proudfoot, board members, and community members. My name is Jaden Height, and I am a proud teacher at Sun Valley Elementary School. I have seen firsthand how necessary the work our social workers do for our students, staff, and community is, especially within the Title I environment. Our district's mission is achieved by, quote, C, facilitating access to quality staff, technology, resources, and instruction, D, prioritizing relationship and focusing on the safety and well-being of students and staff, maintaining and advocating support for each school site and their staff on the need for improving student success, and E, implementing and sustaining effective stewardship of community resources. This is the exact definition of the social work role. But even aside from these aspects of their job, I would like to share the importance that the role plays within the classroom. I am able to give my all to my students because she does her job. These individuals are trained mental health professionals who assist with behavioral and mental health, provide support, and consult with students, parents, and staff. We collaborate as a team to ensure that our vision is met, every student, every day, prepared to shape tomorrow. Our social worker makes our school stronger. Because of her hard work, our school is not just a place where students have to go, but as you have heard, a place where students want to go. Social workers are pillars in our community. They are coaches, mentors, advocates, and professionals. They are here to ensure that every single student gets to see the tomorrow they are shaping. I cannot count the amount of lives that have been saved at my school. I am truly terrified on behalf of our students if this support is pulled from under them. I have the privilege of working with very high-need students who have experienced life-altering events that even many adults have not had to face. The academic and personal growth that I have seen from students working with our social worker is astronomical. I have watched as kids go from anxious to brave, depressed to hopeful for their future, self-conscious to confident, isolated to engaged, and from bully to advocate. Her work allows me to spend less time managing crisis behaviors related to trauma and more time creating meaningful learning experiences for all of my students. And students who do have secure families to come home to also are able to be supported. They learn how to be compassionate human beings and compassionate towards others whose life experiences are different than their own. And I think we can all agree that we need more kindness in schools. Please, for the well-being of all students, vote to let us keep social workers in school. Thank you for your time.
Next public comment comes from Kathleen.
Good evening.
I want to first thank President Rooks, Cleric Proudfit, members of the Board of Education, Dr. Summers, cabinet members for this opportunity to speak. My name is Kathleen Bussey. This is my 36th year of teaching. I spent 30 years in inner city Cleveland, moved to Arizona, and I've been a proud member of the Sun Valley Elementary School staff and also a very honored member of the Pride of Peoria in 2024. I come to you with both a professional and personal plea to please provide the Peoria Unified Community the critical and vital services that our social workers provide. I believe that in education, we have titles and acronyms for everything, including AVID. Titles are important, but they do not even begin to explain how just important a social worker is for the social and emotional well-being of our students. The job of social workers is to help students through the most difficult times of their lives, all the while providing communication with their families. They provide strategies for everything from family loss, death, student anxiety, illness, peer bullying, and the many roadblocks to success that students face every day. Their role is absolutely necessary in our district. I also believe it's important to state that with this support is not done without written consent from parents. I can assure our community that all written procedures and board policies are in place to protect students and families' rights. We, the staff and employees of our district, get to know our families and provide endless support at a moment's notice. Our social workers are on the front line of this initiative, and simply put, we need them. On a personal note, our social worker, Mrs. Trout, provides endless need for our students and staff. We have many students that come through our door through the foster and unhoused situations that are students that are wounded and need more help than a teacher can provide. I cannot imagine a world at Sun Valley without Mrs. Trout. I also work very closely with her with the AVID program through our absence and attendance initiatives, our study buddies, and our AVID tutoring program. We both partner, and we're seeing huge strides in our test scores because of that, and with our wonderful principal, Mrs. Brill. She provides the success and emotional bridge that helps staff and students navigate students that have wounded hearts and need our help. In conclusion, I have great concern on how we will be able as a district to navigate the never-ending social and emotional concerns of the faces that we see every day. Our mission at Sun Valley is to educate the whole child, and this includes their social and emotional component. My heart aches for all the students who will not get this critical help if there are no social workers to help them and families through the challenges they face. I am pleading with you to please take in consideration the ability for us to provide grant money in this vital role that play a vital and important part to our students and our most precious resources. That would be our children of Peoria.
I apologize, the time is up.
Done. I also just wanted to take a moment to thank Dr. Summers and Dr. Hernandez. We love you and you will be greatly missed. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Next public comment comes from Meadow.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Summers, council, and community. Apparently, I'm a public speaker. I'm certainly getting a lot of practice at these meetings. I'll do my best to make the most of my time and cut to it. Cancer, it was my son. He was diagnosed on his 20th birthday almost exactly 4 years ago. He had a unique type of cancer that required us to travel to Texas for treatment and care. We traveled to and from Texas every 3 weeks for chemo, radiation, and ultimately surgery for roughly 9 months. Providers were even talking amputation of his arm despite having received treatment. He lost his beautiful long brown hair, his eyebrows, and his eyelashes. He had a chemo port and was very sick. Though we will continue regular visits to MD Anderson Cancer Center in Texas for the next 7 years, I'm happy to report Jacob beat his cancer and kept his arm. His hair, eyebrows, and eyelashes all grew back, and our family is strong. It was a very long process, though, and as you can imagine, our emotions were all over the place. If it wasn't for our school social worker, I don't know how Paul and I would have done it. I was able to leave the security of my home to support my son because I knew my other kids were comfortable and had a safe space. How did I know this? School social workers. My kids had a space to vent, cry, share, cope, and anything else they were feeling at the time. Emotions for humans don't just present at home and after hours. Sometimes emotions come in the middle of the day when you're passing through the halls you and your brother pass through together as you go from class to class. Or they erupt when you run to your favorite teacher who asks how your brother's doing. What happens when your emotions spill out when you're at school? Who do you go to? The school social worker. Our school social workers sat with my kids. They called me to check in. They wore the hashtag Jakey Boy shirts and bracelets. They listened and provided something Paul and I weren't always able to provide. I promise you, my kids will remember their school social workers long after they've forgotten their test scores. I share a story to highlight that situations like this are all over our campuses. It's not always cancer. Sometimes it's a split or blended home, or other times it's kids who self-medicate or who struggle making a connection. Who are these kids going to talk to? Where will we send them? They go to the school social worker who can provide resources and who will listen. Trained social workers who care. I'm concerned that if funds are reallocated and we lose our social workers due to the grant ending, we will lose our kids who just need a safe space. Where is the pride of Peoria when it comes to these students? Are we really going to demand they sit in class, raise their test scores, and provide no one for them to turn to? We have to do better. Each of you is a custodian of the children of our district, and as such, you are to be good fiduciaries of the money our district receives. Please reconsider applying for the school safety grant for both school liaison officers and school social workers. The impact of the decision you make today will shine one day. How brightly is up to you. Thank you again for actively listening to each of us as we share our passions. You can do hard things.
Our last public comment is from Nicole.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Gerard. I've worked at Country Meadows for 5 years, 4 as a 5th grade teacher, and this year as an educational strategist. I've gotten to work very closely with our social worker in both of these roles. When I was a teacher, I received an email from a parent late at night informing me that their child was harming themselves. My heart broke, I cried, but I texted our social worker. The next morning, she pulled the student and was able to provide this student with immediate support, and then, with her parents' consent, met with this student in regular check-ins to provide them with healthy coping mechanisms for what they were feeling. I'm happy to report that I get to see this student every day, and they're thriving now. The term social worker has been used many times tonight, but the title social worker is not what I'm advocating for. I'm advocating for our students and the support they need. Whether this person is a community resource specialist or an interventionist or a counselor, we need someone on our campuses that is trained to fill these roles. Peoria Unified is a wonderfully diverse district, and each school has unique needs. Country Meadows is the largest Title I school in our district. Our students and families benefit immensely from having a social worker. The traumas and disadvantages that are faced by our students manifest in classroom behaviors. I see this every day as I process office referrals. I call home to talk to a parent about a behavior, and their first question is, what can you do at school to support my child? Right now, I'm able to offer our social worker, and our parents leap at this opportunity. They want someone who is specially trained in this field to meet with their child and teach them skills that will benefit them now and for the rest of their lives. I know that as board members, you take your responsibility seriously to make decisions that are best for all schools and all students. But on this issue, maybe what's best for one school isn't best for another. My plea is that you honor the diversity of Peoria Unified School District and allow site administrators to determine what is best for their school. The removal of this role creates a huge safety and liability risk. Without a role on campus dedicated to these responsibilities, there will be limited staff with the time or skills to support students in mental health crisis. Teachers and administrators will be left feeling powerless. Parents will no longer have the support they are asking for, and our students will stop speaking up when they're hurting. And the safety of our students will be compromised. Having a role similar to that of a social worker is essential to my school. Please allow us the ability to do what is best for our community and our students by voting to permit individual sites to write for this grant. Thank you.
That concludes our public comment this evening. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions, comments? I will say that Dr. Summers mentioned earlier that this was brought forward. Just to clarify, I had asked to bring it forward because I actually was able to speak to somebody from the Arizona Department of Education, and they were kind of asking why had Peoria Unified not submitted the grant yet. It's a very competitive grant. There's already a lot of school districts across Arizona that have applied for it. So I wanted to try to get this on the agenda to have a discussion on it because whatever position there is that is applied for, I didn't want it to come down to the wire of the deadline and not be given the opportunity to have that application process. So that was the reason why I asked to bring it forward. That phone call took place about, 2-3 days ago. So just wanted to give a clarification. Mrs. Ewing.
Thank you, President Brooks. And I also believe we received an email from you folks saying that the renewal was coming up and that we needed to take some sort of action, because I thought that I also had requested this to be put on the board agenda. But it's beside the point. Because here we are, we're getting ready to vote on it, so it's great. So I just wanted to, for our community, make clarity that on here it states the background. This is the Arizona Department of Education School Safety Program grant, provides funding for school resource officers. This would be for those administrators to choose should we go forward with giving that authorization over to our administrators. They could then choose to put in the application for a school resource officer, juvenile probation officer, which we don't use that individual is what I understand, school safety officers, school counselors, and school social workers. And it's a site-based application because sometimes we've done applications that are more like district-based, meaning that the individual campuses apply based on their individual safety needs. So really what you have here is that you're asking us, should campuses be authorized to apply for any of those eligible positions under the grant consistent with the law. And so it's basically that. And in the past, I'm sorry, I'll have a question for you in just a moment. But in the past, the last time we applied for this, we did give that authority over to our administrators. Am I correct on that?
President Ricks, Mrs. Ewing, yes, you are.
And so I remember you and I were talking about this on the phone, that we gave that over, and there were we spoke about how some school campuses were, even though they were approved to have a school social worker, they were unable to get that filled. Is that correct?
President Ricks, Mrs. Ewing, if you're referring to openings that were part of this current grant cycle that we are now, or that is now sunsetting, yes, there are certain positions that were not filled this year.
Okay, and this would give those schools that opportunity to, should they decide based upon their need, they could reapply for those positions. Correct?
Yeah, essentially yes. So pending the approval of the grant application, that would ensure the funding source that allows us to post the role in order for it to be filled. And just to be clear, this current grant application is part of a 3-year timeline. So it's not a renewal per se. It's a brand new 3-year grant cycle from fiscal year 27 through 29.
Okay, great. Okay, so in my perspective, when they're with these two questions that are brought forward, I do believe we give our principals the authority to decide which teachers are going to work best on their campus to figure out the right culture and the right fit for their teams. There's so many things. I mean, certainly they work alongside our great HR department on that, but we do give that authority over to them, and I think our principals know best about the community they have and the needs that they have. So I would like to be able to give the principals the authority to choose to apply for the positions that they feel best fit the needs of their students. My only request, and I'm sure that this would be provided to us anyway, once those requests went out and that was filled, or that the board be made aware of that in a Friday report. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions or comments?
I'm going to keep my remarks short. We've talked in this boardroom about the role of social workers a lot of times over the past couple of years. Obviously, the work that the social workers do is incredibly important. I think it was Principal Stockwell that said, our district is so diverse. There's not a one-size-fits-all approach. You're absolutely correct about that. And no one is more equipped to make the decision about what is going to best serve the needs on their campus and be the biggest bang for the buck with the biggest impact to students than our individual site administrators. So I'm absolutely in support of authorizing this for our principals to figure out what needs need to be filled on their campuses.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. Thank you, President Rooks. ARS 15154 that has been quoted this evening and Ms. Ewing referred to lists the funding positions are school resource officers, school safety officers, juvenile probation, school counselors, school social workers, and safety, technology, and infrastructure improvements. Just a thought, but we don't have a bunch of SRO officers lining up in our boardroom, and I think I might know the reason, but I'm going to go back to something that President Rooks referred to. I also know that this grant is very competitive. And with that in mind, many have not only reapplied, but many that didn't apply the first round are now applying. And I know that ADE and their stance, and being an election year, let's be honest, a lot of focus is on SRO officers and SSO officers. I worked in the district, and many of the things, and as you know, for a long time, and many of the things that you describe, I was doing, and so my heart is there. I get it. I guess I'm a little bit first, I just want to say I'm sorry for the professionals that are social workers. I feel like you've been through the ringer and trying to define who you are and what you do, and it shouldn't have been that way. If you remember a year ago, we were, well, I'll just speak for myself, trying to define if you are actually a mental health person and what we were doing, and psychotherapy and all that. So we're past that, and I understand that, and I do understand the role is important. But I also write grants, and a lot of the safety, technology, counselors, social workers, I'm kind of surprised that nobody has brought some of what we've produced in having this grant in the past, safety, guidelines and compliance things, approving programs. How have we bettered, instead of we just need them to talk to kids? And I don't mean to sound just condescending in saying that, but this grant has specific criteria that even down to building floor plans and school safety team, and I can't remember what we called it when I was in the district, and I was hoping that people would bring that forward, and I don't know, maybe I'm not understanding, but what they're asking for is safety plans and school safety team records and logs for funded staff, SRO, counselors, all of them, training that we've done, end of year, program reports. I haven't even heard how successful we've been with some of that. So with that said, I have to address that we haven't even fulfilled the infrastructure with even what we have the luxury of having here tonight, and that's the portable security, you know, and cameras in our schools and other things that we don't have money for. In addition to that, I feel like this grant, we would get the best shot, and I can speak to that because I've looked at it, and we would have the best shot of getting this money if we addressed our need for SRO and our need for the I don't remember what they call them, but the portable safety things that we have here at the district tonight. We haven't fulfilled that. And in addition to that, there are federal grants that will cover some and probably even longer periods of time. But just keep that in mind as we're moving forward. I'm not against that. I'm not against having counselors in the schools, but we have not even fulfilled some of the things that we already need, and we know that we need them, and we know we don't have the money to pay for them, if that makes sense. And then sharing with Glendale and mainly Peoria SRO officers and having those shared expenses, you know, it's a big deal. I was hoping to see more in like end-of-year program reports or things like that. But anyway, we're going to get the most bang for our buck if we go for what we have already put on the table that we haven't fulfilled. So that's my opinion in that.
Ms. Bowles, I'm just real quick. If everyone can please refrain from the talking right now. We're trying to have discussion up here, so I'm just going to ask to please refrain from speaking. Thank you. Continue, Ms. Bowles.
So some of this on-site compliance checks, just for those that don't know, safety personnel are actually working on the campus. Program activities match the approved grant proposal. Safety teams are active and meeting regularly. Physical security improvements exist. Documentation that matches actual practice. We can talk all day about students' needs, and I'm not demeaning that. If you know me, you know how strong I feel about that. But at the end of the day, a grant is a grant, and to get another one, we have to be able to fulfill and what we started with. Again, it's very competitive. It's due April 15th. It's got to come back to the board so we can at least look at it, and so we don't all have egg on our face like other grants that have been written and didn't even really fit our district. So there's a lot of components in there. So thank you, President Ricks, for bringing this forward, because we definitely needed to talk about it tonight. And as one board member, I think we need to fulfill the SRO, our officers and our infrastructures before we talk about putting more. I think there's other grants that we can look at for that component of counselors, social workers. So that's all I have. Thanks.
President Rooks, I was hoping that we could ask for Dr. Summers to clarify, because I believe as far as the technology and so forth, there's only a specific way that that can be used. Dr. Summers, would you talk on that? It was kind of like the conversation that you and I had on how we can buy those things that Ms. Bowles was talking about.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, governing board members, so there's a new provision recently approved as part of last year's legislative session. I'm sorry, I don't have the exact bill referenced. The bottom line is, with funds that may not be expended for the positions that are awarded through the grant, and we are in a position as of this current fiscal year and the end of this current grant cycle, able to apply for safety technology, safety infrastructure, and training needs at specific campuses that do not currently have those funds expended on the position that they have applied for. Per this new 3-year grant cycle, that same provision exists. Only if the district cannot fill an awarded position. So if we are awarded funding for said position that is applied for, funds can be utilized for safety technology, safety infrastructure, and training with this new 3-year grant cycle only after December 31 of 2026. Where we are relative to application for funding on those items as part of this current sunsetting grant cycle, We've been in a lot of back and forth with the Department of Education at those specific sites that have those eligible funds. We are working on a number of different options per the school's emergency operation plan. At this time, I don't really have detailed information that I could provide for the board on where all of that is. It is just part of an ongoing back and forth. So yes, the eligibility is there. I would just caution that the design of this grant is not necessarily to satisfy safety infrastructure, technology, or training as the primary reason for the award. So the intent of and the design of this is to start with whatever the position is that's applied for, and then to make every effort to fill that position based on what's awarded, and only after we demonstrate that we cannot fill that position for whatever the reason is, would we be in a position to implement whatever those other alternatives are as part of the technology, infrastructure, and training. I hope that makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of different moving parts to that.
Thank you. Mr. Toby, would you like to follow up with questions and comments?
Thank you, President Rooks. If you're here tonight, I know some of you have already mentioned, but if you're one of our social workers or school mental health counselors, can I see a show of hands who's here? Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate you guys and the work that you guys do. This is a partnership when it comes to school safety. This is not an argument necessarily of our SROs better or our social workers better. It has to be a collaboration. And I think as this governing board, one of the things that we have to recognize here is the political landscape. This is a competitive grant that has all the criteria of every other grants to have points awarded to every aspect of it, and winner takes all. And so we have to be diligent on how we move forward as a district, because our job trying to support our site leaders and our principals, what good are we if we put in an application that's not a winning contract, that's not a winning grant, okay? That puts you at zero. So the way that I've looked at it, it isn't the same grant. We're fighting over a scarcity of resources here, and that dollar amount from when I read on the ADE's website is $180 million for the entire state. And Director Tom Horn has come out several times and said that the priority is school resource officers. There's a higher value in the grant system as far as that award goes, okay? That's the political landscape that we currently operate in. We have to acknowledge that fact. So, Dr. Summers, I don't know if you are able to respond to this. I just want to have a conversation and hopefully take our community along with us. Is there, as you know, a different dollar amount reward for an SRO versus a school social worker?
President Ricks, Mr. Toby, as we complete the application, the costs associated with different roles, I can't really comment on that directly right now without looking at exactly what the research would show. But I believe we have to put in an average amount, and that average amount is roughly about, I want to say, $100,000 for a school resource officer, give or take, maybe a little bit less for a school social worker.
I mean, that does math. Being in the industry, I think that there is quite the difference in what is allotted for an SRO versus a school social worker. That being said, we need to be good partners as well with our community. We had our chiefs of police here from Glendale and Peoria that talked about how they need help hiring more officers, but because we have this cost-sharing agreement right now, which we appreciate the Peoria and Glendale Police Department for having this 50-50 split with us for the moment. Their ask for the benefit of our entire community is that we slide those officers onto the grant 100% so they can hire for those 8 to 10 additional officers for each of their respective departments. I think that we need to be mindful of that as well when we're talking about our safety in our community as a whole. The statute that was cited, ARS 15154, and I'm just going to repeat it, that if a school district or charter school whose program proposal pursuant to this section was approved by the State Board of Education cannot place one or more of the school resource officers, juvenile probation officers, school safety officers, school counselors, or school social workers, or any combination of these individuals as included with the proposal. So The way that I feel I can best help site leaders is to move forward with our existing employees, writing for our existing employees, but for everywhere else where we have a vacancy, why wouldn't we write for an SRO? It's a higher dollar value, and if these things, given the statute, can be applied to be repurposed for any of those aforementioned items, including ultimately training, technology, all that stuff, why wouldn't we want to write for that SRO, which has that higher value in the grant system, right? That this is the political landscape that we're living in. So to me, when I see this agenda item, it's not necessarily do principals and site leaders have the authority? Do they know what's best for their campus? Of course they do. My job is to make you guys win and win the grant money and win these positions. And if we need to adjust and pivot later down the road, then so be it. The statute is there and it supports that. So I want to just try to invite everybody to think about this in a little bit different of a lens of, from a governance standpoint, somebody said doing the right thing, and I appreciate that. And I think that the right thing is to put our existing SROs onto the grant 100%, move forward with our current social worker employees, but everywhere else we should probably be looking at asking for that higher dollar value, because I think we have the better chance of winning. And I think this balanced approach is what is going to get us the best bang for our buck. So that's my personal opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Toby, for clarifying all of that information, because I was going to ask, because it was my understanding that there was conversations that were happening with Peoria PD. And so I was trying to, I believe even on our, when we did our budget reductions, that was another piece in our cost savings, was looking to split that 50-50 with our city of Peoria and then our existing budget. That was one of the line items that we had voted on in that savings cost to come up with that 21 million. So that's, I appreciate that information. I think from a standpoint of what I'm going to kind of talk about here with the history is this idea of school social workers, in my understanding, started in 2019, 2020. Previously, we did not have social workers in the schools. What my understanding was, if there was a situation where a family needed something, if there was a resource, if there was a student that was not being taken care of at said home, or they didn't have anywhere to go, if they came to school, everybody under Arizona law is mandated reporters. And so it should have been reported if the child is not getting the needs that they need at their home. That was my understanding of what we were doing before. So that's what goes through my head. But what also goes through my head is I've had a couple teachers reach out to me, and they give a different perspective. And they've been educators in our district for a very long time. And so they come from it as they are in the classroom, working with the students, teaching education. They are working with them with their reading, with their writing, with their math, with their science, with their social studies. And their understanding and what they viewpoint is that the child comes to school to learn, but the parent and their role is supposed to be taking care of their child. And that meaning taking care of their needs, taking care of their medical needs, is my understanding. When I'm talking about mental health, and if there is children that are suicidal, if that happens, I am wanting that child to get that help from a licensed professional. Schools, and my understanding and what I have talked about is schools are for education. If that's the case, if we're saying that we're supposed to take on the mental health of children, then let's turn our schools into medical centers. Let's bring on pediatricians. Let's bring on orthopedic surgeons. Let's bring on all of that. That is exactly what we're talking about. We cannot take on every aspect of a parent role of their child. I'm just, that's what that is asking for. And so I've seen it across the country. There's school-based health centers that are popping up everywhere, and that's becoming the normal thing to do. I don't understand it. And You know, it's just interesting that the past 4 years, there have been parents who have come and spoke at our meetings of school social workers that have worked with their kids without their permission. And what I have seen and what I have heard, and even in this boardroom, is those parents, those families have their children seeing a licensed professional outside of school already. And they have a plan with that professional. And it's a medical treatment plan is what they work on. And for someone then to come in at the school and pull that student out, disrupting what that treatment plan is supposed to be, that's what I'm kind of at a loss with, because you're messing with a mental health of a child. Medical, that's the realm that I go into. So that's my perspective on it. Schools are, in my understanding, are supposed to be for educating. And I'm seeing it across the country that schools are taking on every other thing that there is under parents' roles. And I have a hard time with that. I know everyone here is probably frustrated with that, but I've been saying that for the last 4 years. I haven't changed what I have stated on. It's not saying that I know everyone thinks then that I don't care. It's not that. I want them to see those outside professionals to have a treatment plan to work with the parents and the child in that treatment plan. And we have organizations, we have Southwest Behavioral Health, we have Suicide Lifeline.
President Ricks, point of order. I can hear them talking and I can't hear half of what you're saying part of the time. So please stop talking in the boardroom because it echoes up here and it's louder than you think that it is.
President Rooks, I'd like to get some clarification from Dr. Summers on a piece.
Of course,
if you're done.
yes.
Thank you. In referencing what Mr. Toby brought up, and I think you brought it up too, President Proudfoot, on that, when Marcy was here and she was doing the presentation on the $21 million cut, I believe on that, and I don't have I actually might have the information in front of me, but I believe that the plan was to shift all of the SROs or the remaining SROs to the school safety grant. So not a shared, because we currently have a shared, and that the plan was to shift. And so I was going to ask that, and then what was the number of folks that we were going to shift, and were those employees or were those principals already going to make sure that those individuals were included on the application for the school safety grant? Does that make sense?
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, the number, and I apologize, I don't have it right off the cuff here, but I believe it was 7 SROs that are currently part-time funded at each of our high schools. So our intent would be to, at a minimum, apply for those 7 roles to be fully grant funded, which would free up some dollars in our operational budget to be able to accommodate that. I believe it's $700,000 roughly.
Okay, and then those are the ones that are already planned. So the other ones that we're talking about are counselors social workers, and SROs those are on other campuses, right? Because I just want to be really clear that this would open up the opportunity across all of our campuses. We already have that plan in place to go ahead and submit the application for those 7 high schools, correct?
That's correct.
And then we have lots of other schools outside of that. This grant opportunity would allow those schools to apply for both, depending on how they want to term it, either an SRO or an SSO, and a school counselor or a school social worker, right?
President Ricks, Mrs. Ewing, the best way for me to answer that right now is the current SRO allocation that we have in partnership with both City of Peoria, City of Glendale is essentially our high schools. We do not, at this point in time, have school resource officers assigned to any of our elementary schools. We do have, however, school liaison officers. City of Peoria funds at least 2. My understanding is they are expanding that funding to potentially 2 more. City of Glendale, we currently have 1 across 10 campuses that we are funding, so in partnership. So with that, what I will tell you, the last time we did meet with City of Peoria primarily, the contemplation of additional resource officers does represent a staffing consideration that we learned from City of Peoria would be difficult for them to fill all available positions should we apply for more. I can't really give you a number to that because it is contingent upon A, the funding being allocated, and then B, the ability to fund all of those potential positions. That said, there are alternatives in the event that either city could not fill those roles. Those alternatives are essentially through a pool, if you will, of retired retired law enforcement personnel that could potentially fill a roving role. But to be clear, the design of those roles is not a one-to-one relationship at an elementary school. It's usually a combination of anywhere from 2 to 3. As part of this funding requirement, we could potentially apply for up to 2 or 3 campuses. And the staffing of those roles would be contingent upon whether or not we could partner with either city, depending on the location of the school, and or other alternative ways of filling the role as I just described. I know that's a lot to process. At the end of the day, what I want to be clear about is if we are saying that schools can only apply for school resource officers or school liaison officers, I don't know that we'll be able to fill all those roles. That's just one of the realities. The other component, and I think I'm hearing perhaps different information, so I do want to be clear about this, are we only allowing the sites that currently have roles that are filled to apply for school counselor or social worker? Because there is an option of checking multiple boxes. There's an option of saying our first choice is this position, our second choice may be another position. So we do need to be clear on that as part of how we're working to complete these grant requirements.
That's what I was going to bring up, is if there is an option for a school administrator to make that choice, knowing the information, because I hear, Jeff, what you're saying, that based on what Superintendent Horn has said, that if you're a site administrator and you're wanting the grant, that there might be a better chance that you get it if you apply for SR or SLO. However, again, that is a decision that can be made by the site administrators having all the information.
And I would just say, I think the best chance for us to have success is that route. And not saying that we will fill every single vacancy, but because the statute does allow for a combination thereof, and there is that pay discrepancy between what an SRO would cost and what a social worker would cost. If we're talking about 3 elementary schools sharing a resource officer, I think that money that would have cost above and beyond in that slot would be able to fund that off-duty pay for that shared position. So I think that there's definitely needs to be some exploration with that, though, but I do think the statute is pretty clear that it allows for that option. I just want to make sure that principals are put in the best position to win, because if they put in for my number 1 is a social worker, my number 2 is a school counselor, or whatnot, and the ADE says this is going towards the bottom of the priority list, then they're left with nothing. And so that's kind of my concern, and that's my conversations with the politicians that I've consulted to try to find out what puts us in the best position to win. So that's my input.
Can
Can I make a
President Ricks,
motion?
did you get to finish what you were saying? Sorry, I interrupted.
Yes, I did. Yeah, I did. And I do think that, you know, I know that there's been meetings with our Peoria Police Department. They've had that. And so I also am trying to figure out with the budget as well and working with our city of Peoria. If they are working to try to add more officers, I don't know why we're not wanting to meet them at least halfway here, so.
President Ricks, we are. That was our conversation with them. I'm just telling you on behalf of the conversation that we had. Hypothetically, if we were to apply for a school resource officer across every single one of our campuses, Chief Interior was very clear about they do not have the ability to fund all of those roles. So the 2 additional SLOs that they have can expand, my understanding, and this is part of a city budget conversation. I believe their goal is to expand it by 2 more for this upcoming fiscal year, in addition to the 4 SROs that are currently funded at each of our sites. And City of Glendale, I know, is able to commit to at least the 3 that we currently have at each of our high school sites. But the ability to fill multiple roles is going to be, it's going to be impacted. And to that extent, it will involve alternative ways of filling those roles with what I was mentioning earlier, which is kind of a pool effect of retired law enforcement.
Okay.
So just so you know, I want to be clear, they're not in a position where they are trying to not fill those. It's just, it's difficult for them to staff as many positions as would be contemplated if we were to apply for all the schools.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. Maybe we can look to, I know Dysart Unified has applied for the grants in the past, and they have developed a plan, is my understanding, with school safety grant. And I know that they have school resource officers, and they do not have social workers in the schools. So I know that it seems like it's a thing, but there are school districts that don't have them in the schools, and districts leave it up for the parents to have their children to be seen by those specialists outside of the schools.
So, President Rooks, I would like to make, it seems like at this point in time, the recommendation, we're making a recommendation of how they should apply. But we could still go forward with the recommendation where we move to authorize campuses to apply for the fiscal year 27 school safety program grant in accordance with ARS 15-154 and ADE requirements, with the recommendation that school safety officers or school SROs are listed as priority.
And I'll second.
So the motion was made by Mrs. Ewing and made by Mrs. Bowles. And whenever you're ready to run through voice vote.
President Ricks, members of the board, I have moved to authorize campuses to apply for the fiscal year 27 school safety program grant in accordance with ARS 15-154 and ADE requirements, with listing the desire for SROs and SSOs as a priority.
Yes, that is correct. And it was made by Ms. Ewing and then seconded by Ms. Bowles.
Not to, President Ricks, if I may, I have a question really quick.
Yes.
Should we be including the infrastructure piece of that, or that's just
No, that's not, no, he already clarified
you.
that. Dr. Summers can
Just to speak on that, President Ricks, Mrs. Bowles, as part of the grant application, we are also required to upload an emergency operations plan that is a fundamental requirement of a grant application. So what we line item in that EOP are potential additional resources that are needed as the EOP is respective of each of the individual campuses that are applying. So it's built into the application is really what I want to make sure you're aware of.
Does it answer for you, Ms. Bowles?
Yes, I guess it would have been nice to have some information of where we're at, but, yeah.
Yeah,
We'll
Mrs.
deal with
Bowles,
it
to that end, I mean, we are in a position, obviously, we know time is of the essence here. And we also know that that is information that we wouldn't necessarily want to broadcast broadly. So that can be something that certainly we provide to the board in a confidential manner, consistent with the grant expectations and so forth. But and I don't want to veer too off of where you all are, we want to expedite this application and make sure that we're informing the board of what the status of that application will look like. So I anticipate at a minimum by our next meeting that we can provide some additional detail to satisfy that request.
Dr. Summers, if I may, are you talking about new information for applying for this grant, or are you talking about information, how we've been successful in what we did have?
New information at this point in time.
I'd like to see how we've been successful also, as we're going forward. That would make sense to me.
I understand that, Mrs. Bowles, and what I will just ask for is time and some capacity to be able to do that effectively. In order to meet the requirements of this particular grant application, what we would do as part of a narrative is to identify some of those areas of success, if you will. So again, we can provide that status update for you at the March 26th meeting so that you have that, and we can certainly provide additional information as we go forward.
I guess I would say maybe easier just to give us information on what ADE, their compliance, if they had, visited sites or along those lines, nothing that we have to create, if that makes sense.
That's fair.
Thank you.
All right, Azure, whenever you're ready for a voice vote.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 7.7, certified school psychologists and other certified staff contract renewals.
President Ricks, if I may.
Yes, Mrs. Bowles?
I would like to move to approve the contract renewals for certified school psychologists and other certified staff for insurance on March 15th, 2026 for the 2026-27 school year.
I will second.
All right, we have a motion made, Azure, by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by Mrs. Ewing. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please. And thank you, Mrs. Vicentainer, for walking up.
The next item is me as well, so. Thank you.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 7.8, consideration of action regarding personnel matters, possible adoption of statement of charges and issuance of notice of intention to dismiss Peoria Unified School District employee Alonzo, is it Alarcon?
Alarcon.
Okay. Pursuant to ARS 15-539. Mrs. Vicentainer.
Thank you, President Rooks, members of the governing board. Tonight, administration is requesting and recommending the termination of teacher Alonzo Alarcon at Ira Murphy Elementary School. He had engaged in conduct that we believe is unprofessional and in violation of his contract. And so we have made the recommendation as outlined in the statement of charges provided to you.
Thank you, Mrs. Vicentainer. Board members have no questions. I just need a motion on the floor.
I motion to move to adopt the statement of charges and issue a notice of intention to dismiss Peoria Unified School District employee Alonzo Alarcon pursuant to ARS 15-539.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And Azure, if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 7.9, consideration of action to appoint a hearing officer to hear the evidence and make a recommendation to the governing board in the matter of the termination of Alonzo Alarcon, and to authorize the superintendent to select a hearing officer pursuant to statute. Mrs. Vicentainer again.
Thank you. President Rooks, members of the governing board, what this item allows us to do under the statute, by adopting the statement of charges, Mr. Alarcon has the opportunity to request a hearing after we provide him with a copy of the statement of charges. If he does so, then we have 10 days he has 10 days to request the hearing. From there, we would have 30 days to hold the hearing. And so by allowing us to provide a hearing officer that can listen and provide the tribunal opportunity for him if he wanted to pursue that option, it then allows the board then to just review the hearing officer's recommendations and adopt them from there or not.
Thank you, Mrs. Vicentainer. If no questions or comments, I just need a motion on the floor.
I move to authorize the appointment of the hearing officer in the matter of Alonzo Alarcon per his request for a hearing on the previously adopted statement of charges.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And then Azure, if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Ms. Vicentainer. Moving on to 7.10, consideration and possible action to accept the resignation of Dr. Casey Summers, Superintendent. We do have public comment on this line item first. So Dr. Summers, I don't know if you want to go first or if you want me to do public comment first.
President Ricks, I am happy to defer this item to the board. I will just give you the very short version. It is an absolute honor to serve the students, the staff, and the families of Peoria Unified, and I do remain committed, as you all know, to support the district through the remainder of my time here and ensure a smooth transition. And I just am grateful again for the opportunity, and will defer to the board for consideration of this item. So thank you.
Thank you. So we have 2 public comments. Our first one is from Ms. Teddy Todd.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you again. Wow. Okay. As a community member and as a grandparent of a student who did graduate from Liberty High School, I am really here to say thank you very, very much. It's my deep gratitude that we've had Dr. Casey Summers for his leadership in these 2 years. But I am pissed he's leaving. I would like 1 more year. Okay. Having survived COVID years, PUSD, with some short superintendent years in between and some interims in between, is that the right word? And then Dr. Summers comes for a couple of years. It has really been tough for our board, for our cabinet, for our staff, and for the rest of us in the community as well. We have come a long way. We really need to celebrate all that has been accomplished. It is amazing what has been accomplished. We could go back and list a whole bunch of those, but we don't have time tonight. And part of what I wanted to say in terms of what we've accomplished, in most cases, with this superintendent, it has been respectfully accomplished, and we've had listening skills We've had some communication skills. This has really worked with the cabinet. I guess I don't even have all the words to say, but just to say very simply, thank you, Dr. Summers, for your leadership. I served on that advisory committee that hired you. It was a good experience. And we should all, are you listening up there? You're probably all in bed asleep. That we really do appreciate your leadership with the cabinet, with the changes that we have had, and with the growth that we have accomplished in proficiency. That's a slow thing to happen in the first place, but it has worked. And I will just say, textbook committees have worked very, very hard to help bring up the proficiencies here. And I have been here since 8 a.m. this morning. And there are another 30, there's another member here that was here this morning too. There's another 30 that are working really, really hard on your base, which is your literacy cornerstone of reading and writing for this district. We get this baby done, and this district's really going to be moving. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Todd. Last public comment comes from Laura Tepason.
I offer this feedback with respect, and I hope the board receives it in the constructive spirit in which it is intended, as guidance for improvement. As the previous board meeting, Ms. Ball stated that the board's job is to hire a superintendent. That is correct. But it is also the board's responsibility to create the conditions that allow a superintendent to succeed and stay. As leadership experts say, people don't leave jobs, they leave environments. Mr. Toby asked why superintendents leave Peoria so often. From what I have witnessed, part of the challenge has been the political games played over the years on both sides, often at the expense of superintendents, teachers, students, and community trust. We have seen public blindsiding, ongoing conflict, and a culture that sometimes prioritizes politics over progress. Even before Dr. Summers were hired, students asked the board to stop political games and focus on the real needs of the students they serve. By the way, I hope that by the next board meeting you will have a plan in place, work harder to find a solution to replace the social workers with the behavior interventionists, offer assistance so Ms. Stroud could continue her wonderful job. You have students who need the help, and if you basically dismiss social workers, it is your responsibility to find the solutions to resolve what you've heard today and resolve the people crying and being depressed and that. What happened with students stop political games asking you, that should have been a moment of reflection for current and previous boards. If the goal was not to intentionally destroy the public school sector. The board often speaks about transparency. Transparency also means keeping the community informed about how you support the superintendent you hire. I respectfully ask the clerk or president to provide concrete examples of board-specific actions taken to support Dr. Summers during his tenure. How were governance roles clarified and maintained? What intentional steps were taken to build a strong working relationship with the superintendent? If training is a concern, Mr. Toby, the community you serve could actually request that the board attended mandatory trainings to learn and better understand the superintendent's role so the board can effectively guide, support, and retain the person it hires. What kind of environment and culture are you creating that would make any superintendent want to stay? Expecting retention without addressing that culture is simply unrealistic. It's delusional. With yet another leader leaving, the question is no longer why leaders are leaving, but whether this board is capable to take responsibility for the environment that is driving them away. To be continued. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any comments that you would like to make?
I just want to say thank you, Dr. Summers, for everything that you've provided to this district, your leadership, It's been great to work alongside you, and I appreciate your vision that you've brought forward. And when I also think about, we have had leadership turnover, I think about that each time we bring in a leader, that leader stands upon the shoulders of the leader that came before them. And our district changes as the result of that leader. And then when that new leader comes in, they carry some of that forward to continue making positive change. So I know that Peoria Unified is not unique in superintendent turnover. Unfortunately, it is happening across other districts, but I wish you the absolute best in your, I know we're going to have you here for a while still, but I wish you the absolute best on your journey forward. But it's been an absolute honor and pleasure to work alongside you and listen to you talk about your vision and the expertise that you have brought. And I feel like you have left a lasting impact and a legacy upon Peoria. So thank you.
Mrs. Profit, do you have any comments?
I feel like I've had the honor to work alongside you, maybe even more so than some of our other board members, and I've had the opportunity to learn a lot from you about steady leadership and about being willing to face things head on. There is a theme in the education world of leadership fatigue. It is a real thing, and there is, it's a lot. And obviously, we're devastated to lose you. This is not the final goodbye either, just so we're clear on that. But I know that you're doing what's right for your family and what's right for you, not just for professionally, but for your quality of life outside of this boardroom. And so as a person who cares about you, I'll always support you doing what is best for you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have comments?
Yes, I want to also say thank you, Dr. Summers, for your leadership. I appreciate that you put yourself out there, went to LD meetings, went to trainings in Maricopa County school superintendent, and at times very picked apart as a superintendent. And I just appreciate that. There's never been one in Peoria that has ever done that. So that speaks volumes. I am also, to echo what Ms. Profit said, would support you in whatever your family needs. And my only hope is before you leave, if our constituents could get more clarity on that and not make assumptions of why you're leaving, that would be amazing, and put a little less pressure on everyone in the room. But that's your prerogative. But I appreciate your leadership. I appreciate that you were willing to do those things that no one else in your position did in the past. So thank you. I wish you the very best for you and your family wherever you go.
Mr. Toby, do you have any comments?
Yeah, thank you again for taking on the hard work, right? We kind of had this theme of game on and play ball from a very early onset, and you were up to the challenge to help our district turn this corner and tackle issues that have been delayed. Also thank you to your family, because we know that you're not just the only one that's impacted and affected by the microscope that you get put under and the demand on your time. I mean, this is time that we're not going to get back ever, right? Sorry to say that, but thank you to your family for sharing you with us and allowing us to learn from you and vice versa. So I appreciate that.
Yes, I wanted to say thank you and acknowledge Dr. Summers. And I remember when we did the interview process and brought on you here as our superintendent. And I know that your decision in resigning, and
I know that it is hard on a family when you're moving to a new state. And so, you know, if the pull of going back to your roots, going back to your home, is what's best for you and your family, then I really want to support that decision. I know it's pretty hot here in Arizona, so I hope you do enjoy back in the cooler weather in Colorado. I want to wish you and your family the very best as you guys, you know, go back to your roots and your home. We appreciate the time and service that you have given to our district and to our staff, families, community, and, you know, taking our concerns as a board and our phone calls and our, you know, just everything. I appreciate it. And I think that it's, people don't realize it is hard when you move to a new state and you have to adapt in that a different environment as a state as a whole. And so, you know, I wish you the best back in Colorado, and I'm getting the signal from Jeff, so I will stop talking.
President Rooks, if I may,
Yes.
I just to say, if we can make a motion before we have to have Dr. Summers change the date on his letter.
Yes. Yes, let's do that.
Right on.
I will open the
Right
floor for a motion.
I motion to accept resignation of Dr. Casey Summers as Superintendent of Peoria Unified School District effective July 12th.
June.
I'm sorry, June 12th, 2026.
And I will second.
So as we have the motion made by Mrs. Bowles and seconded made by Mr. Toby. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mr. Toby,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on, we did the 7.11, but we will move now on to 7.12. Consider approval of grant submission and titles display. We have Dr. Hernandez. Oh my goodness, I was looking over there. It's already up. Okay, welcome.
We're getting close to channeling Michelle Myers here with the good morning, so let's see if we can move this along. All right, good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. This item is being brought forward at the request of the governing board regarding the Goldwater Institute's American Civics Initiative. Approval of this item would give district direction to move forward with submitting for the grant. Approval does not indicate that we are approving any textbook titles this evening. Our social studies content team has been hard at work in the background, working on this particular grant titled Excellence in Civics Education for School Districts. This grant provides upwards of $300,000 to an Arizona school district to strengthen U.S. history and government instruction. Support includes new textbooks, $2,000 to $3,000 teacher stipends, university-led professional development, and guest speakers with firsthand experiences. The program supplies the Land of Hope U.S. history curriculum, supplemental civics resources, and children's books for second graders. So as we do, we would continue our rigorous process that we would utilize, and we would adhere to the 60-day public review period required under ARS 15-721 and 722. For this particular grant, in order to meet the timeline, we need governing board minutes to show that the governing board has given their approval for us to move forward with this grant. Typically, if we had time to run the whole process and still submit for the grant, we would go that avenue where we'd have the textbook, we'd run our 60-day window, have our committee, and then have you approve. But in order to meet those timelines, we need minutes to show that we have your approval to submit along with our grant application. I'm available for any questions should you have any.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. Board members, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. President Rooks, thank you. So I have a question. On this notation, it says they would provide stipends of $2,000 to $3,000 to every high school teacher employed. When we're going through the curriculum process, do we ever have any other vendors that come forward and say, hey, if you adopt this, we're willing to pay stipends to teachers? I'm just trying to understand that piece.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, no, we would not, but this is a different process so the process for adopting curriculum is one thing, the grant side of things is another. So we need the approval to apply for the grant, and then we would run our curriculum process on the other side. So the grant would pay the stipends for the teachers to learn the things. The process to run on the adoption side would be for the curriculum approval, and then they would meet together with final governing board approval.
Correct. I understand the process because I did call you on that. But again, we haven't ever had a curriculum that we've adopted or a grant that we've went out. It seems like they're saying, hey, here's some materials for you to teach your kids, and we're willing to pay you to teach the kids, yet there's nowhere in here that it says that it meets the Arizona state standards, and then they're paying teachers to teach something above and beyond, potentially above and beyond the Arizona state standards, and then we recently had to change up the 6-day rotation because we weren't meeting our instructional hours, which makes me think, how would teachers even have the time to be able to teach this additional materials? So I'm just trying to figure that piece out because feels like it would put, and even though, it's great when somebody wants to pay our teachers more, that's great. But it feels like it would be an additional, additional burden that they would have to meet in addition to what we require them to meet for our students to be successful.
So President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, let me try to unravel that a little bit. So on the 6-day rotation side, let's just be crystal clear that the 6-day rotation is used at the elementary level. These textbooks are for U.S. history, which is at the 11th grade-ish level. And so a different purpose there. And we have always in our district met our instructional minutes requirements. So make sure that's on the record. The 6-day rotation piece was ensuring that we have enough minutes to adequately provide reading and math, science, social studies instruction across all of our schools in the same fashion so that every child has the opportunity to get X number of minutes of reading across all of our schools, as well as have meaningful opportunities to engage in specials rotations that aren't locked in by a certain rotation. For this particular piece, the curriculum side, we would go through our process. The committee could recommend to the superintendent onto the board that we do not adopt this particular textbook. Maybe it doesn't meet standards, maybe it doesn't meet our expectations for rigor, whatever your reason may be. The committee could come together and say, yes, governing board, we would like to recommend that we utilize this textbook. In that case, the team has been hard at work again, making sure that we're ready, whichever way we end up going. And so next meeting, we anticipate bringing forward our new course recommendations for the upcoming school year. And one of those courses could be a course entitled American History Through Storytelling. It's a course that one of our teachers has advocated for, but a text like this would be a great supplement to support the existing titles that we already have. So it's one of the ideas we've built to bring forward to support what this could look like for our district.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I'm just trying to, it's 12 o'clock a.m., but this again, is just applying, number one, and number two, my understanding is that they tailored this to match the Arizona state standards.
So I wouldn't comment on that until our committees had the opportunity. In Peoria, we have high expectations, high levels of rigor, and what that standards alignment looks like. So I would defer to our committee of teachers who would do that evaluation as part of our gateway process.
Okay. But this is just applying for the grant to start all of that type of process.
Correct. This is just you giving us the nod to say, please invest work in this.
Okay.
Well, the other piece I have a question on is I see information in here on 1776, and then the author of the book that individuals would, I guess it's Land of Hope, is Wilford M. McClay, and he's with Hillsdale College. So I'm just trying to really make sure that we're not, even though it is just a grant application, but it seems like in the past, when anyone has ever come to us, like even when like Arizona Game and Fish was like, hey, I think it'd be great if you offered this to like 4th graders,
I talked to Teresa and Dr. Hernandez, and the response was, we don't teach anything that does not meet the Arizona state standards, and that hasn't already gone through our process. And I feel like this, and then the fact that they're wanting to pay our teachers to teach this additional thing, it feels like there is I don't want to say the agenda because that's not correct, but it just feels like there is a specific story that's being pushed on our students. And I feel like if we open this up, we may be opening ourselves up to a lot of other requests. So I just want to be very careful that we continue to maintain the really high rigor in our classrooms, that we maintain to the gateway process whenever we're evaluating curriculum, and that we're really careful and not allowing organizations like this that might have, it just doesn't meet the standards of what we've required for curriculum.
Well, I think she was wanting to, what she's saying is we have to apply for the grant, and she can work with her team to work on that research to see what those standards are and to look at the content in the curriculum. So it's just opening that process to do that research. So, do board members have any other questions?
I have some comments that I want to say. I am super excited that we're looking at this. I personally, right now, am a student at Hillsdale College and learning the Constitution again, which there's a lot I didn't realize. So I know, just because I've lived a little bit of life, to have a foundation of who we are and where we're going, I'm very excited about this. And then in addition to, which you probably already know, but I want the public to hear this, in addition to this coming into our district, I'm in teaching those foundational, the Declaration of Independence and U.S. Constitution and those things, individual rights and liberties, federalism and separation of powers, and those things that I didn't really listen when I was in school, but now I'm listening. But in addition, there are scholarships for graduating high school seniors through this program as well. Arizona Civic Scholarship programs for students. So I'm excited about this. So thank you for bringing a grant forward that can only enhance what we're doing. So thank you.
I don't have any questions, so I'm going to move to approve the submission of the grant application.
And I'll second.
So we have a motion made by myself, Azure, and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. And whenever you're ready, if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
No.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Motion passes with 4 yeas and 1 nay. Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. All right, we're going to move on to 8, address the consent agenda. 8.1, consider approval of or recommend changes to the consent agenda. I know, Mrs. Proudfit, you wanted to pull the 9.5 human resource report. So I will move to approve the consent agenda minus 9.5 human resource report.
I'll second.
So actually, we have a motion made by myself, seconded made by Mrs. Bowles.
You're approving the human resource report?
No, minus it.
Minus it,
Pulling it.
okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Good morning, by the way.
And Azure, whenever you're ready to run us through a voice vote.
President Rooks, could you please state who the second was made by?
Yes, Mrs. Bowles.
Thank you. President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Just allow me a moment to adjust the consent agenda.
Okay. And motion passes with 5 yeas. Okay, I do see it. If you want to refresh your screens. So we will move to 10 items removed from consent, 10.1, Human Resources Report. And Mrs. Profit, you wanted to pull this for?
Yes, I did. I wanted to make a motion to not accept the resignation of Sybil Jacobs.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Profit and a second made by Mrs. Ewing, but I'm just going to, I don't even know to turn to Ms. Vicentator or Mrs. Jacobs. I don't.
President Rooks, Mrs. Profit, currently Sybil Jacobs is not an employee of the Peoria Unified School District. She is an ESI employee. Right now, her employment through ESI is, we do it a contract on a fiscal year, so this was really more of an acknowledgement that we would not be renewing her contract for 2026-27 at her request for as the principal of PFA.
So would this, in effect, if we were just to ask to remove her from the list, would still leave the option open for next year through ESI?
President Rooks, Mr. Toby, we always had that option. This was more of just an acknowledgement that, so that people were aware of the change and that so if we posted the position, people weren't taken off guard. So it was more informational.
And at her request?
We had talked about it. She had sent us information, and I had sent a confirmation email that she was not wanting to return next year as the principal of PFA.
I guess I would ask to keep, before it's posted, if we could hold off posting that position.
Principal Rooks, President Rooks, Mrs. Profit, absolutely, we are wanting to be able to make changes so we can bring it back for the 10/26 board meeting for discussion if we need to. Thank you. Oh, sorry, March 26th. Oh, wow, I'm really all over the place.
Yes.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is this going to mess any timelines up for why we're presenting it tonight and not on the 26th?
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, we've actually already posted the position, so we would just have to hold off on the selection process.
Okay, thank you.
So Mrs. Prouther, are you, go ahead.
No, I'm just.
Are you changing your
Well, I just don't
your
think,
request
I don't
to-
think any motion needs to be made, so.
So if we were to approve the HR report and we left Mrs. Sybil Jacobs' name on it, it wouldn't have any direct impact on her ability next year?
President Rooks, Mr. Toby, Mrs. Jacobs has resigned. That is her choice. We always, it is a voluntary resignation. She has a yes rehire status, I would say. The only restriction would be around the rules of returning as an employee directly until she's met the 1-year requirement to sit out under the Arizona State Retirement System. So we can bring her back as she would like to come back, and we had the opportunity for her that fits.
Okay. It sounds like there's the desire to explore that option, so whatever we have to do to make that copacetic. So at least it's my understanding, right? Mrs. Proutfit?
Yes. So I motion to approve the HR report.
Real quick, we had a motion and a second, so I just want to make sure, are you then?
Withdraw. Yeah, I withdraw the original motion, and, well, I guess, yeah, let's just do withdraw. And then I motion to approve the HR report as presented.
Okay.
And I'll second.
So we have a new motion made by Mrs. Proutfit and seconded by Mrs. Bowles, and the other one was rescinded. And Azure, whenever you're ready to run us through a voice vote.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Proutfit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 11, closing call to the public. 11.1, request to address the governing board, not including matters on the agenda. We do not have any further public comment. So moving on to 12, informational reports. 12.1, report on upcoming meetings and events. Mrs. Airy.
Microphone went to sleep. President Rooks, members of the board, nothing to add to the report this evening. Thank you.
Okay. 12.2, legislative, state, and local updates. I don't know. Dr. Summers?
President Rooks, nothing to report on 12.2.
Okay. 12.3, report on requested future agenda items is available on our website here. 12.4, district enrollment report for the month of February 2026 is also available. Moving on to 13, other business. 13.1, request for agenda items for future governing board meetings. Mrs. Ewing?
It's too late to make any requests, so
Okay.
thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit?
None.
Okay. Mrs. Bowles?
I don't know if this is a future or a Friday report. I'm just going to say Friday report, and it's probably not going to be this Friday. But I just want all y'all to know that I already have somebody interested in either renting one of our buildings, and I want, let me split this up. One of them will be a future agenda item, and that is, do we have the capacity to, or are we already doing the renting of our buses, our vans, our white vans, buses, short buses, I don't know what we
Travel
call them.
buses.
Sorry. And or our regular buses. Do we have that? Or is anybody renting our buses? Do we already have that availability?
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, I'd have to do some research for you,
Okay.
so we could start on that research and certainly start with a Friday report and kind of go from there.
Yeah, because I know other districts do that, and that same person wants to rent from us. And so whatever information I can bring to them, or I can bring them to you, or however that works. Obviously, we're not ready to rent a building until, we cross some other thresholds, but I just wanted to bring that up, and, whatever I need to do to help make those connections, I will do that.
Certainly.
Okay,
So
I will
that's it.
second for
Thank
you.
you.
Okay. Mr. Toby, do you have any future requests?
Yes, I would, first of all, like a future discussion item on adding additional HR positions specifically for the role of investigator. Based on the number of internal investigations, I think we need to have this conversation. It's a little long overdue, and I think HR could use the support.
I will second.
Thank you. I would also like more information on eCampus and their ideas and methodology of how to become self-sustaining. So if that is through a future agenda item, I probably would like that presentation.
I will second.
And then lastly, I would like a presentation by Mrs. Sybil Jacobs for PFA, the future PFA, and any vision that she has for the implementation of PFA in their new home.
I will second.
Wow. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Right.
Oh, can I specify
Yes.
that? I would like that, if it's okay with you, Mrs. Jacobs, March 26th meeting? Okay, is that okay?
I will second.
Okay, yeah, I would like it for the 26th meeting.
Okay. All right. I just kind of wanted to have an update Friday report on our, I believe we had 2 incidents at Country Meadows in regards to, I don't know if it was a fake call or whatnot, but I would really like to have a breakdown of what occurred, and then also making sure that we are following our policies and working and partnering with our Peoria Police Department when lockdowns occur at schools, and being able to support our police officers and the safety of our students. I just want to make sure that we're not putting pressure on our officers to quickly get through a lockdown drill so that kids can go home. I want to make sure that we're really following those safety protocols. And if there's anything follow-up coming from our partnership with Peoria PD, I would love to see that in a Friday report.
I'll second.
Thank you. I would like to see, if possible, working with the principals at Canyon Elementary. I don't think Kristen's still here. And Vistancia Elementary, the ones who, those 2 that resigned, on working with them, who they would think would be great to see at that school in the next following year. I just would like to be able to include them in that decision, but also if they think their site council would also be a great option for those 2 schools and principals that resigned this evening.
I'll second.
Thank you. I would like to see, I know we continue to work through our budget for the upcoming school year. I know it was kind of discussed previously, but I just don't know where it went on how the positions of executive directors work in that mind frame, and see where, I know, Dr. Summers, we kind of talked about it a little bit, so I just kind of want to be able to evaluate that with our, still in our budget area for, you know, the next couple months.
I'll second.
Thank you. The last one I have here is kind of just a working process idea of kind of seeing what's possible with working with our board attorney, Susan Siegel, on bringing back at a later date a contract for a consultant when we go through the process of having an interim superintendent. I would like to have a contract for a consultant for that interim superintendent for 1 year to support the interim superintendent. And I would like to extend that contract to Megan Bennett.
I'll second.
And that is all the ones that I have. So with that, I will move to 14 adjournment, 4.1 adjournment. I just need a motion.
Before we adjourn, I did forget something. I just want to announce that to those that don't know, and I don't know if you know or not, and I don't know who is going from our cabinet and board, but school superintendent, Maricopa County School Superintendent Shelley Boggs has had, which is what I mentioned earlier, that Dr. Summers went to a school board member training, but there's another one coming up Friday, April 17th and Saturday, April 18th. An amazing training, the best training I've had as a school board member, and I just wanted to put that out there and hope that most of us can go and, be unified in that. I also will say, in addition to that, I've had people reach out.
I want to be able to give that to you, but it's on an adjournment item, so we have to kind of stick to what that line item.
Right, I know. I was going to say it in my future agenda thing.
Oh,
future. But I forgot.
Okay.
That's why
I
wanted you to stop the adjourning.
Okay.
So I could just say that.
Okay, so 13.1, request for agenda items is what you're hinting at.
Sorry,
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I should have said that first.
Okay, sorry.
That there are people coming from out of state for this training, and it's just a really good training. And those who went last year, I'm sure, would say the same. But I just wanted to put that out there for our cabinet and our board members as well.
Okay. I will second that request of just updating the board of that training of when it is and date and time. So, okay. With that, I will move now on to 14 adjournment, 14.1 adjournment. I just need a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I motion to adjourn the meeting.
I will second. So, Azure, we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by myself. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Meeting is adjourned.